I don't know what cat reasons are, but yeah, let me go pick up inspiration and announce it, and we'll get started. Inspiration, Moat and Vasu.
Oh boy.
My mouse 4 button is broken, and I ordered a new mouse, and it was supposed to be here by now. And it's out for delivery, but it's not here yet.
It's never coming.
Yeah, it's going to show up right when the session ends. I'm certain of it. It's okay. In the meantime, I'm going to keep using
I don't think
Tilda.
people deliver at midnight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably a good point. But I'll just keep using Tilda, and I'm sure that will break something at some point. But that's okay. Anyway, we left off in the lava place. You guys had just kind of finished solving a little puzzle in there. And summoned what I believe to be the last of the 4 connected avatars. And like all the others, you can see that this one seems to have corruption in its eyes, and is full of hostility and anger, and immediately jumps into combat, and that's where we're going to pick up. I'm going to pull Vasu back until he gets here.
In case he accidentally was not here.
Yup.
Huzzah!
Look at Elise with a 20.
Aw.
Ooh, she's killing it. Alright, to nobody's surprise, Ace, first act.
I assume it's been over an hour since our first battle.
It has. It hasn't been a whole lot more. It's probably been about an hour and 30 or so. But yes.
Okay, that just means my hunter's mark is gone. So
Yeah.
go to cast my hunter's mark on. I guess I'll just go for the big guy. So he's going to be marked.
Weapon still active?
Holy Weapon is what, an hour?
We had 10 minutes
Yeah.
when we got in this room, is what you said.
Oh, geez. I
Probably
think,
took us more than 10 minutes to solve that
I was
puzzle.
gonna say, I think even accounting for, like, D&D time, it was more than 10 minutes.
Just means you gotta recast it.
Christ, calm down. 19 right off the bat. Another...
Crit!
22 behind that.
Delightful.
And then 15 to finish things off. Three
Then
blasts
I'm
of
gonna
molten rock kind of scatter off
duck
to the back of the wall.
back over here.
Good call. That brings us to the Smoking Earth Moat. Let's see, this one... Oh yeah, that's right, this thing just likes to roll over people. It just comes barreling over towards Moat and slams into Moat as hard as it can. 22 for 38.
I'm gonna shield that.
Good call. Let's see,
It hits
Elise.
hard.
It does hit real hard. She is low on mana. Actually, no, that's right. She got that weird little rest thing. She'll just do a standard spiritual weapon then. The spiritual weapon misses, but she is able to hit it with her normal weapon for a little bit of damage. Flicks up. He's not here. Moat's up. Sorry, not that moat. The fake moat. The fire moat. Who's going to come over here and lash out at Gale. 17 and 10? 17 might hit. It is Gale.
Wait, it's hitting me? Why?
Sure is.
Because you're next to it, kind
of. Okay, that brings us over to the Avatar. What does this boy do? Oh, right. Right.
Hope he doesn't AoE off 7 of us.
Oh my goodness. That'd be great if he did. So the first thing that he does is he lets out this bestial roar, and as he does, he kind of reaches down into the pools of magma and starts slapping these massive just wads of molten magma all over himself until he grows and grows and grows until he's an even bigger big boy. And then, after letting out this terrifying roar, he just tramples straight through the lot of you, and I need all of you except for Toto to make dexterity saving throws.
Now, hear me out.
Uh-huh.
What about a persuasion check?
You can make one if you feel like it. You're looking for a 21 to not get stomped on.
Praise be.
Nordo's good.
Thank God for danger sense.
Just
Nope.
Nordo, I think. You're good, Nomad. He's only able to get through Elise, Nordo, Moat, and Gale.
of. Oh, gotcha.
Oh, right, I control Elise. That's the thing. Okay, so Nordo, you are able to kind of step off to the side. You can choose one of these 3 spaces to kind of dodge to if you want. Basically, any space outside of his path. Yeah. The rest of you are knocked prone, and then he's going to make a free stomp attack on you with advantage because you're prone. So this one will be on Elise. Lucky damage roll. This one will be Moat. And this one will be Gale.
Was it not a crit on the lead?
It is a crit on
It
Elise.
was, but the damage was not all that bad.
Oh, right.
Well, I guess he still has to
crit's not
double it.
built in. You're right. So I'd need 2 more d10. Okay, 20 on Elise.
Oh no!
Uh,
Hurty.
looks like 13 on Moat and 12 on Gale. And that brings us to Gale's turn.
My face. I would like to use half of my movement to stand up, and the other half to climb onto Toto. Then I'm just gonna shoot the Smoky boy.
Excellent.
Mm. Huh.
Huh.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna shoot Smoky boy.
Okay. 2 solid hits for 28.
Cool. Then I'm gonna use my bonus action to command Toto to attack the barrel of lead and kick it onto the
Excellent.
big weapon.
Alright, give me an attack roll. Oh no!
He has pack tactics.
Oh, he does have pack tactics. Accurate. Okay.
I'm next to this barrel of lead. Which is definitely hostile.
Uh-huh. Toto turns around and does a horse kick into this barrel, and sure enough, this lead-like material goes spraying across the kind of ankles and feet of this creature. And you watch as it turns to this dark, heavy, powdery lead. and he almost begins to kind of like slip and slide in place as the lead just kind of melts and bends away underneath the rest of him. Let's see, where's his marker for this? There we go, perfect. Alright, anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to leave.
Alright, he is going to take a swing on you as you run past.
Fucking try.
If that hits, it does not do any fire damage, because he's a lead boy now. Or at least lead foot. That's it, I don't know if 16 hits you.
It would hit me or Toto.
Excellent, then 14 points of bludgeoning. On you.
On me.
Yep. Alright, that brings us over to the real moat.
Alright. I will use half my movement to stand up from prone. And then I'm going to bonus action Wrathful and take some swings on this earthy boy next to me.
.26 is good for 13.
Let me find Wrathful. Pew, pew, pew. The fucking psychic on this every time.
Yep, but they keep falling for the fear every time, too.
Okay, perfect. And second attack.
Uh, 16 is a miss.
Alright. I'm just going to... no, actually I'm good right where I am. That's it.
Alrighty. That brings us to Nomad.
Well, there's a huge cluster of enemies. That's what I'll do, I guess. What is his? Is he within 5 feet of me?
Yeah, he's actually, I think he's technically huge right now, so he's taking up all 7 of those spaces.
Wow, he's a big guy. Let's see how his mind works.
Not great.
Yeah, take some minus D4 next saving throws.
Excellent.
I'm gonna stick myself over here for a bit. I will tank for these people behind me.
Excellent. Speaking of tanks, that brings us to Nordo.
Tanks. Like Nomad doesn't have more health and higher AC than me. I going to produce my Crimson Battle Axe from my side and go charging up next to Moat. And I will swing upon this Earth Elemental. Recklessly. It's our moats. And we get to kill them. It's our special moats and we get to kill them together.
Oh boy, 15 slashing.
And
Hi.
hello. Vines leap out of the axe.
Oh, right. Who gave you this? Who allowed this?
Oh, praise be, he's restrained now.
Let me double check. Okay.
So some of them have been immune.
Yeah. So as the vines wrap around this thing, you do see that it just seems to swallow them, like the vines are being absorbed into the stone and earth, and then they kind of pass straight through it. It seems that this thing has some ooze-like properties.
In that case, seeing that happen, I will focus on its earth element and try to shut it down the way Basu does.
Hell no.
Boy, that shit ain't working. Alright, second attack.
Shit, another good hit for 15.
And let me get a con save. Balls.
Not having none of it.
Okay. That's 2 attacks. That's an action. Let's do a bonus action unarmed strike. Roll 20.
I believe in it. There it goes. 27 for another 14. Very consistent.
Alright, that is my action and my bonus action. I don't want to move. That's my turn.
Alright, jumping back over to Vasu real quick before the next turn starts. If he's here. I heard him a second ago.
Me?
No, Vasu.
Oh.
10 seconds where he gets no turn. Oh, I heard something.
Here.
Ah!
This one he still hasn't loaded. It's not my turn, is it? Is it?
Not technically, but
It is.
I'm gonna let you take one if you want one. Because you just showed up.
Want one.
Alright. Yeah, Roll 20 was being real slow for me, too. They recently sent out, like, a user survey, and I filled in basically every optional field on the entire survey with "you really need to improve performance."
Okay, I'm gonna fly out here so that we're not all quite as clustered up. And then I'm gonna open my character sheet.
Alright. Heroic music swells.
Um,
The camera zooms in.
the avatar of Magma already stunned, or who are we trying to
Nobody's stunned.
Nobody's currently crowd controlled, yeah.
I'm gonna hold on to my
Sorta.
actually.
Gale he kicked over the barrel of the lead juice onto him, and his feet are turned to lead, and he seems to be having trouble moving. And also, he is not as fiery down on his ankles and feet when he stomps on people.
We get a short rest.
No.
Negative.
You guys had, like, that kind of fake one, but that was just for, like, spell points and stuff.
I restored my key from that because I only have 3.
You should
Yeah.
still be, unless you spent like 8 key on the fight with the other one.
I don't think I spent 8 key in that one fight.
Don't think so
I'm
either.
gonna go ahead and pick myself back up if you're okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna fly over to the avatar of Magma, who is now slightly less magma-y. I'm gonna start kicking him too. Shu's gonna come out to give me advantage on this first one.
Woo! Woo, spicy! 23 points as you slam him right in the forehead.
And let me get a con save.
Oh no.
One is a 14. That's scary.
Oh no.
Truly.
He's gonna legendary that. Yeah, he's gonna legendary it.
I say
Coward.
nay. Kick him again. Stab him again.
14 is good. It does hit. He's real big. He's easy to hit.
Give me another con save then.
I don't want to. I haven't revised my legendary resistance rules yet. Shit!
Haha!
Hey!
Rolled a 2.
Alright, he'll burn number 2.
Heck. I kick.
27 is good for 8.
That's it. I'm not gonna try to stun him a third time.
Alright.
Sharky, you can revise the rules, but the second I tried
Notably, I
that'd be a
plan on
huge fucking production.
nerf. I don't know. So, like, my deal. Sidebar. Here we go. Sidebar. Bubble on the side. I think legendary resistance is unfun because it negates the coolest actions that people do in combat. And I feel like that's bad gameplay. I feel like that's not fun.
Hi, welcome to every boss encounter in every game ever created.
I mean, sure, but like the DM's job is to lose as the bosses. Like, I don't know. It's different. I don't know. I feel like any game mechanic that punishes the coolest actions is a bad game mechanic. So I don't know. I'm going to look at it at some point. And notably, I'm going to do it in a way that doesn't specifically single out people that do large single attacks like rogues and bards.
I would agree if there weren't so many game-breaking spells, and I mean like literally game-breaking.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that like you have to have legendary resistance to prevent someone from just like, LOL, I cast a level 7 delete boss spell.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta look into it. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Stunning Strike's fine, though.
I mean, the answer
Yeah, of course,
is
totally fine.
Just a level 5 ability.
Yeah,
Right.
it's totally fine.
To be fair,
It's a tough con save, though.
yeah, I was gonna say this thing does have a 13 con save. I think that he just got kind of fucked on it. Anyway, this is all a conversation for the later times. For right now, he's gonna use a legendary action, and he's gonna swing his big old maul fist at Vasu. God damn it!
1, 2, 1.
That's the top of initiative. Ace first to go.
All right, use my bonus action to hide.
Yeah. You're good.
And then I'm gonna pop out and I'm gonna shoot the motherfucker.
Yep, you catch him unaware.
Shoot a bitch.
God damn it, guys. 27, 38 points of damage.
But wait, there's more.
Sure is. Another 19 on top of that.
And then I'm gonna
Green ace.
duck back over here.
Alright. End of your turn. He's gonna... fuck, he can't do that as well. He's got lead feet. He is going to pick up this hammer out of the podium thing. Wait, no, you guys use the hammer. Shit!
I say I think that's currently wedged in the dragon face.
You already used the lead barrel. You could do that.
Is he a tavern brawler? Is he gonna Donkey Kong this and just throw barrels at us?
Well, he is probably going to throw a barrel. He's going to throw a barrel. He's going to reach down and he's going to grab the diamond barrel. And he's going to chuck it. At Nordo.
Uh-oh.
Good luck. 27 to hit?
Let me check something.
Oh no.
Yes!
Oh, not enough to throw it back. Not even close.
It's a
But I will
damn
still do
shame.
that.
Alright. As this barrel explodes with you, wood splinters and cracks, and everything just kind of goes white for a moment. As this diamond, this liquid diamond just sprays all over. I need a Constitution saving throw. Instead of the
Is that
normal
an
damage of this attack.
Oh, okay. So if this does less than 9 damage,
It is
then
potentially
I
gonna
can
do
throw
it.
it back.
Yeah.
Is he taking damage?
Nope.
I'm just questioning. Quick question: is he taking damage from this?
So kinda, sorta. So what happens?
My reaction kind of varies.
It does. So he doesn't.
Requires him to take damage.
He doesn't immediately take any damage. I do need you to write down a number for later, and that number is 37. But what happens for
Noted.
now is you become restrained, and you can feel this diamond continuing to spread and travel over the entire course of your body, starting with kind of your right
Uh-oh.
shoulder and arm and leg, and a little bit of your face.
Is this affected at all by deflect missiles? Sordo tries to just like catch the barrel, and since he can't huck it back, just try to like huck it over his shoulder basically into the lava, like kind of monk dodge it.
Okay, here's an important question. Can you hold a barrel in one hand?
Let's see. Nordo's carrying capacity.
Let me go.
Nordo has very big hands.
He does have very
Nordo's
big hands.
large. And my capacity, my carrying max is 300 pounds. My push drag lift is 600.
So diamond is compressed carbon. It's going to be about twice as heavy. 42 gallons. Times 2. So 8.34. So this barrel weighs 700.56 pounds. If you can lift that, then I'll let you deflect it.
He cannot lift that nor deflect it.
Okay. Then in that case, you're restrained and you can feel yourself continuing to petrify. You don't take any damage immediately.
Duly noted. I've written down 37.
Excellent. Elise, does she have more diamonds?
We do. So we discussed this after the previous thing with Vasu. Somewhere in our party inventory, we have Willow Shade Oil, which ends a petrifying effect. I think it's in the party loot, which I think is Gale's Bag of Holding.
Nordo is also diamond currently, so
That's true. Nordo is kind of diamond.
There's that.
That's right. You guys did.
and Nordo.
You guys did specifically talk about the Willow Shade Oil. Okay, she's gonna take a chance.
Did you skip my turn?
Yeah, I did. No, you just popped out and fired a crit.
Oh yeah, I forgot because he like threw something.
Elise is gonna take a chance because you guys talked about it beforehand that Gale will come over and use the Willow Shade Oil. So instead, she is going to do some more swings on this Earth Moat. And maybe heal herself, maybe. That's a good hit for 11 on the moat. And then heals herself for 17, and that brings us to Gale's turn.
Okay. My everything hurts. I'm gonna shoot this magma boy.
Woo! 2 big hits, 29 points of damage. I like to think you hit the leaden spots, and it just kind of vaporizes into powder and he buckles at the ankles.
I'd like to move down here, and then Toto is going to fight him.
Excellent.
Preferably the parts that aren't wet.
16 is good, and 10 points of damage. He's able to bite in easy. It's real soft, pliable material. Even avoiding the parts that are still kind of covered in this lead-soaked area.
It's only 7.
Oh yeah, that's right. You made that part up.
Those exploded.
That's right. I forgot about that. Okay. Anything else?
Everybody else looks well. Ollie's a little fucked up, so surely we won't have another fight after this.
Couldn't possibly.
Ollie's gets 10 points.
Thank you. There we go. She's looking a little better. Okay, this moat sees a restrained target, and it's going to come take some advantage swings on Nordo. 22 and 20.
It was both hit.
27 total points.
May I
of
use
fire.
my reaction?
Sure can.
Oh, fun. Neither hit.
Excellent. The
How
rings go
delightful.
up, blocking both. And that brings us to Vasu.
Vasu keeps attacking the big guy.
29 is good for 12.
Oh, no, I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, I can do it. There we go, finally.
Ah. Yeah, now that he's rolling like more than 3s.
Oh boy, another one.
Good damage. Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Alright,
Save some key.
excellent. That brings us back down to Nordo.
Okay. Well, Nordo can see the writing on the wall here and starts feeling himself turning to diamond. And with almost an instinctive panic, the first thing that he will do is use a bonus action, sort of center himself a little bit. And there it is.
Excellent.
And the second thing that he will do is, as he's beginning to turn into diamond, he does the only sensible thing to do when one is turning into diamond.
Is it strike a cool pose?
Oh, I was thinking strike a pose.
Yeah.
Nope. Goes right into his shell.
Excellent. I can't believe that gives you advantage on con saves. But it does. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that's action and bonus action. I can't move in my shell.
Alright, you take a moment to kind of hone your defensive senses and focus and align your chi. I need a constitution save with advantage.
I believe.
Don't believe too hard. I have terrible constitution.
I keep forgetting that part.
Oh, Nordo.
That can't be good.
Unfortunately, it may have been better to strike a cool pose. You guys watch as Nordo retreats, and he starts to kind of struggle against this spreading diamond, and eventually it starts to kind of change from this crystal clear to kind of this red-tinted, almost ruby-like color, as it continues to just crawl across the rest of his shell, and eventually fully engulfs Nordo.
Well,
What a nightmare.
At least we won't have to spend resources on him.
We can eat donut nuts again.
Silver lining.
That's a good point.
we can't leave him in there. Are you kidding me?
Mode.
Yeah, well, this is terrifying. I'd really like to help my buddy out here, but all I'm good at is hitting things, so I'm going to bonus action
Why is that a move?
Wrathful Smite, right? And then I am going to, I guess, just keep wailing on this earth guy next to me. It's fine. Nordo has just finally adopted his full earth elemental status, and it's just becoming a diamond.
Ooh, 22. Holy shit.
You were a
And
diamond in the
then-
rough, and now you're just a diamond.
Oh, he was already feared. So is it? Can I retract that Wrathful Smite then? That way I don't break concentration?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. Then I am going to regular smite him.
Oh my god. 20 more points of damage. This thing is
Oh.
cracked and splintered, but not quite dead.
But maybe after the second attack.
Yeah, that'll do it. He crumbles to bits and kind of scatters across the surface of the magma behind him. Starts to melt away.
Okay, it's an action to grapple people, so it can't move Nordo, and he also probably weighs 8 billion pounds. I'm just going to try to step over here and kind of interpose between him and the fire remote,
Excellent.
and that will be my turn.
Alright.
Someone just needs to shove him into a bag of holding.
It's going to have to be a really, really big bag of holding. It's a bag of holding that also contains willow shade oil that will just fix me, so it's fine.
Oh, I meant more because then you'll leave the dimension and then it'll shatter off of you.
Better not not shatter. Nordo will shatter.
Shh, don't,
We-
don't remind them what happens.
We all
You've
remember.
seen what happens.
Yeah.
Say it happened to Toto like minutes ago.
It was literally like.
Did it
seconds
blow
ago.
up? Did his claws just break off, or was it just like
His
casing around it?
No, his claws exploded. And
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so if you take
I thought it
Toto out
was
of here, it'll
like
explode.
I thought it was like paint on the outside that just like burst off.
Oh
I
no.
gotcha.
no, like it fully transmutes things, and then they shatter the second they leave this room.
Yup.
So
Don't
spoiler
forget
alert.
that Flick has. I'm pretty sure Flick turned some copper into gold, and they're in his bag or something.
Yeah.
All right. He's gonna start by just trying to kind of pin Vasu against the wall and just slam his palm against Vasu. Oh, oh,
Oh no.
oh no.
Wow, that is something. Look at that, all 3 6s on 2 nat 20s.
Well, so that's 60 points of damage, and then I need a strength saving throw.
Jesus.
Hold on, Vasu.
Oh,
50
fuck.
points of damage.
26 after your temp HP,
God bless discipline priests.
right?
Truly.
And strength save.
Strength saving throw.
It can't be a deck save.
I'm pretty sure it can't.
Uh,
Yeah, you were kind of crumpled against this stone wall in here and then kind of knocked prone. I don't know how high up you are, but now you're on the ground and prone. That was his first action.
oh,
And also
shit.
his last.
The next thing he's going to do is he's going to let out a bellowing roar, and I need everybody to make a wisdom saving throw.
Why couldn't you just let him be stunned?
Does that include Diamond Nordo?
It does not include Diamond Nordo.
Does it include me behind the wall?
It does. Anyone who can hear the roar.
Is it a charm effect?
It is a fear effect.
Fuck.
Looking for 17s here.
Nope.
Who got inspiration?
You did, and I already marked it for you.
You and Moat.
Ace and Moat are frightened, and Vasu. Rightfully so for Vasu. As this horrifying, thunderous roar kind of resonates throughout the room. And then finally, he's gonna stomp on Gale. Wait. Yes, you leaded him. You lead-footed him.
Disadvantage.
Correct, maybe? Why disadvantage?
Toto's going to defend.
Oh, that's right. Perfect. That's a natural one then. Big old miss. It
It's the
kinda...
only thing that would have made him miss.
Excellent.
My AC is 14.
Thanks, Toto. Yeah, so as he kind of like pulls himself up onto one foot to stomp down on you, the lead of his other foot is just so soft that it starts to like slide, and he almost like loses his balance.
No,
and
no,
misses
no,
it.
no.
That brings us to Nomad.
That's a real low baby boy. Real low. Just real low AC. Scares me. How far away? Okay, let me just check to read something. 20. Oh, perfect. So, targeting these, I'm gonna blow my very last Mind Blast.
Woo. Let's see. We need one of these. Excellent.
Stun.
Oh my god, does that fucking stun? At the
Yeah.
end of their next turn? He'll burn his last legendary on that.
The fire is done at least.
Fire is stunned, and he don't have no legendaries.
That's me. Fire takes 9 damage. And nothing happens to Avatar of Magma.
Sure doesn't. But at the end of your turn, he's going to turn around and try to punch you in the face. 22?
The shield makes it miss.
Oh no. Alright, top of the round.
After he attacks, I'm going to use my reaction to attack him with Sentinel.
God damn it.
Hey, don't you punch him! He saved my life!
15 is good for 15.
Con save!
Oh no, stop it!
It's no more of those.
All your legendaries
Oh,
are gone, motherfucker.
God damn it.
Oh, I
He's
did
almost
it.
13.
So
like
proud
if
of
he
him.
rolls anything higher than a 3, he's fine. I'm
Yeah.
just banking
That's
on
fair.
him fucking up again like he did those first two.
I was gonna say, if
Yeah.
he did it twice, he can do it again.
Yeah.
Now it's your actual turn, Buzzy.
Okay, I'm going to use my main action to end the fear on myself because I'm a monk.
Good call.
Wait, is it the top of the round?
Yep, top of new round.
Okay, so like, wait, I'm going again after Vasu?
Hell yeah, sometimes it works.
Bonus action. Let's see how good he is at deck saves.
Probably pretty bad.
I wish we weren't. Oh, he's
Not
great.
bad. 20 for 20.
Takes half damage.
3 points.
3 blood
There's the
damage.
hiss of steam as the whip wraps around and is kind of evaporated away.
Oh, you bastard. Stand up. And then I'm going to spend a little bit more movement to get out from in between him and the wall. I don't want to be pinned up against the wall like that again. That hurt.
Good call. Alright, that brings us back to Nomad.
Right. Let me just do a little squiddy wiggle. He kind of presses himself against the wall here. He's not really in the wall. And then he does a little weird big brain calculation. This little angling. He's well, I wonder what the trajectory is if I volley this guy. Okay. Let's do it. He crouches down real low. And then he casts while aiming this kind of upward so it doesn't hit anyone else. A psionic blast. And he's going to attempt to like lob him over Gale and Vasu and onto the fire dude.
So Nomad, you crouch down low and you launch this volley of force kind of upwards into his, like the center of gravity, right at his waist, right into the crotch. And as the ripple of force hits, it just explodes into just piles of molten rock that kind of fly over Gale and Vasu and Moat like a volley of flaming arrows, and then rain down across the surface of the magma over here.
I overshot by 5 feet.
In lots of little pieces.
For calculating for next time.
And it seems that the Avatar is no more.
I am very low on mana. And Frisk is very low on sleep.
Noted.
But that's me. I'm gonna go over here maybe.
Alright, as you go past...
No, I'll stay here.
Those,
I'll stay here because there might be an AoE.
perfect. Those of
on.
you in the stairwell notice that some of this kind of creeping black energy kind of rushes past all of you up the stairs. That brings us to the fire moat who's stunned. Ace is up.
I'm assuming I'm not frightened anymore either.
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna pop out, move my hunter's mark to this bitch, and then loose some arrows.
Fire away.
Someone save our turtle. I don't know what to do about that.
Recycle.
Maybe.
Are you recycling diamonds? We're gonna have to talk about this.
19 hits for 23. 19 hits again for 15, and roll me 2 more d20 to see if those would have crit, because he's stunned.
Oh yeah. He's
Oh yeah.
Nope. And... nope.
Then I'm gonna pop back over here.
All right. Elise is gonna hurry over to Gale and do some healing because Gale looks fucked up. Uh, 15 points of healing on Gale. And then the spiritual weapon will head over to the fire one and swing. For 11 points of helping. Norda's a statue. Gale's up.
I'm gonna shoot this boy.
Do I get to stockpile rebound points for as long as I remain a statue?
You get at least these 2 for sure.
Because leave me a statue forever. Just kite this fire around the room, guys, until I have like 100 rebound points.
32
We've
points
done
of
it.
damage. Jesus. 2 solid hits into this thing. You do see that the surface of the fire elemental is kind of turned rocky and hard as he's absorbed some of the energy from the other one.
Alright, I'm gonna come over here and Toto's gonna bite down on like the rim of Nordo's shell and we're just gonna pull him back away from this magma a little bit.
Excellent. He starts dragging and dragging. Real heavy, but Gale's what's
I was
Toto?
gonna say.
Toto's a strong boy.
Nordo
Toto has
currently weighs
pallets of ogre
1,000
strength.
points.
He does. He's got stuff for this. He's got equipment for this.
It's specifically built for this now.
Hell yeah. Alright, that brings us to...
But only the front paws.
Right. It's got the... Oh my god, what is her name? The polar bear dog.
Naga.
Naga. It's got the Naga thing going on.
Yeah.
Moat's up.
Okay, this guy's not stunned anymore, right?
Still is, until the end of Asu's turn.
Oh, sick.
26 for 18.
Hold on. It's coming. I gotta put this in a more convenient spot.
Woo! Another 8 on top of that. He's still up.
Second attack. There it is.
Oh, god damn
Hey.
it. 25.
I used my reaction.
Hey,
Good call.
Ignite my weapon.
Fire ignites.
surely it'll level up now.
It's still up.
No, it's not, because I didn't put my smite in yet.
Oh, shit. Yeah, holy fuck, that'll do it. This thing explodes, and with that, everything goes quiet once more.
So doesn't get to use it again.
Elise kind of hurries over to Nordo and starts digging around. She does eventually pull out the diamond dust.
Or the...
Do we want to
Willow
use
shade?
this or the, someone had oil?
Could he just can we not just break off part of his little flowy stuff that's already diamonds and just use that?
We could try.
That's what I was saying.
What's the worst
Well,
that
let's
happens? It just
try in a hurry.
explode?
I think we should probably just use the shade oil and
Yeah, save
that's explicitly what it's built for, so
the diamonds for other things.
Okay. Alright, you guys kind of take a moment to rub this willow shade oil. And because you got to it very quickly, you do see that as the oil kind of seeps into the crystal, the red kind of clears back out to diamond, and then eventually it starts to take on this kind of gray, bluish, almost slate-like hue. And then it starts to soften, until eventually Nordo's color returns and his flesh returns. Nordo, it's like waking up from anesthesia. It's a bizarre experience, but you vaguely remember the events leading up to it. But everything now is calm and quiet.
Remains inside of a shell for a second. He just sees little eyes blinking inside of there before he sees everyone outside.
You good in
Kinda
there,
crawls
buddy?
up out of his shell. That was something. My joints hurt a little. I think I'm alright though. Hurt my pride more than anything else. I thought for sure I was gonna catch that thing. I let Vasadiva down.
Well, you caught it with your body. That counts.
You
Whatever
didn't let me
works.
down. I wouldn't have been able to catch that barrel either. That thing was bigger than my head.
With preparation,
bigger.
I could have caught it. What is wrong? My magic is dwindling. So is
You
my
having a
brain
stroke?
power. I am having a very mild magical stroke, yes.
Oh
Maybe you
no.
should sleep.
Meditation will help. Vasu, let us meditate on our mistakes.
Yeah, sure.
On
Right.
that subject, maybe we ought to hustle upstairs, make sure Locust isn't getting out of control or nothing.
Oh, that's important.
Do we level up?
Meditation can wait.
Ace
not
in
till we-
character at the back of the stairs.
Not till we fight the definitely evil Locust.
But you said halfway
I'm
through the
not
camp. That's,
evil.
you said halfway through, and it's pretty much halfway through. Like it's like an hour. That's like halfway.
Nordo's gonna at least climb to the top of the stairs and peek ahead up and make sure there's not,
If I say if
I'll
no
go-
one
I'll
stops
go
me
with
out
them.
there, I say if
I'll
no one
go with
stops me, I run up the stairs like straight into the middle of the room.
Excellent.
Mo, stop.
I'd like
guess
to see you try me.
I actually have advantage on strength saving throws. Look at my arms. I'm in the
You're
suit
right.
and it's activated. Sorry. Yeah.
I know what you meant.
As Moat runs by, I'm going to try to trip him with a sentinel attack.
Misses.
Flings off of steel.
I'm just gonna slowly and carefully go upstairs.
All right.
I'm gonna peek around and see if we see any druids or anything that's not in its true form.
Sure. Give me a perception check. Okay.
Also, this goes without saying, but I'm assuming that everyone in the party is their true form.
Yeah, I mean, since you put on the monocle, you haven't noticed anybody. There's no trace here. Trace is not. There's no trace in this party. You. Let me double check. I am deeply sad that there's no trace in this party, for the record. Oh, right, I should tell them about Shu.
He's actually a hawk.
It's actually just a very, very, very small Aarakocra.
Ace, as you come up the stairs, and you're basically right behind Moat, who is running up, you do spot some movement out of the corner of your eye. The first thing that you notice as you come up is that the beams connecting these lower two statues to the central locus have faded, just like the previous two did. They are now corrupted in both eyes and have this kind of warbling energy that is trying to pull itself free of them. The second thing that you notice is that the locust, his skin has taken on a more concrete form. Previously, you could kind of see through this alabaster surface that there was some sort of almost astral star-like material going on inside, and now it has just kind of taken on this solid white, like marble. You can see that there are streaks of black running down the locust's eyes, but you can also see that embedded directly into the chest of this locust, where there wasn't anything before, there is now a rather sizable chunk of this material, the same one that you found in the outer gems. And as you are looking past all of that, you do see that flying through this back door is a jet black raven. As you come up out of the stairs, you see it kind of turn around the corner and fly
Is it a
up.
raven or is it something looking like a raven?
That's right. What is the range on your true sight?
I think it's like 120 feet or something like that. I'll have to double check.
Then the surface appearance is
120
Raven.
feet.
Okay, excellent. Then you can see kind of almost like this translucent spirit-like image that is hovered directly on top of the Raven. The image of a kind of black and yellow pattern snake-like lizard folk in a dark blue robe.
I shoot him.
All right,
Yeah!
give me an attack roll.
Does this count as like a first combat thing where I get all my cool shit or no?
That's a good point. Give me an initiative roll. Against.
I'm gonna roll twice because I don't think the thing is set for double. Hold on, I gotta click my character. I don't think I can beat it anyways.
No. In fact, he destroys you on initiative. Let me go check the speed of this thing.
I think ravens have a speed of 40 feet.
Uh, 50. So that would put him, he was originally here. He gets out to there.
Okay. Longbow, man. He's fine.
I was gonna say,
It's
you've got
more
long
the,
range.
I think it's more the walls.
Yeah, the cover.
If I can, as soon as I see a raven over there, presumably having watched the wildlife around here, I'm assuming a raven is out of place. I go like sprinting after him.
I
Absolutely.
can bonus action dash and get
Yeah,
to
let's
here.
go and jump into initiative real quick just to play this
Okay.
out. It might be kind of quick, but let's see it real quick. Why did it only do ace? What the shit? There we go. Much better. Ace has already rolled. He got a 19. That's actually still the exact same position he'd be at anyway.
I would like to spend a rebound point to act at an initiative count 30.
God damn it. Do you have to?
Yes, I do. If I may.
You certainly may. That's what they do. Alright, that means you get to him, or you get to go before he is able to move. So, Norda, go ahead.
Excellent. I will use this key point, Step of the Wind, to dash to get me right there. Is he like up in the air?
Yeah, he is flying out the doorway there.
How high up off the ground is he?
Not very, only like 5 feet.
Outstanding. I would like to swing Crimson Dead at him recklessly.
I sure do wish you wouldn't. Yeah, that's plenty more than enough. The raven form bursts into black feathers, and he emerges in his lizard folk form, taking some of the excess damage.
As his lizard folk form lands on the ground, the axe follows him down, and blood red roots creep from it.
Oh no. He's restrained.
Outstanding. I will attack again. If it becomes an issue where it's lethal, I will make it non-lethal.
Okay. Well, this changes things. Shit. 19 is good for 8.
And then I will just sort of stand over him. And with a deep rumbling growl, Nordo just says, "We just want to talk."
Fuck. Okay. Give
Actually-
me... Or, sorry, good.
On that second attack, I will add a stunning strike,
Okay.
Good call.
just in case he breaks that restraint. Cool, stunned and restrained.
Okay, let me check a thing.
Well, like I said, it does make it so he can speak only falteringly. And that is all my key, except 1 point.
Oh my god, son of a bitch. Okay. What does he got? What does he got? What does he got? He's got that. Okay, that's a way out. That's a way out. Oh, right. Okay, excellent. Does that work on this? Okay. Perfect. Alright, excellent. Anything else on your turn?
That's my action, my bonus action, and my movement. That is my turn.
Alright then. As soon as you feel your connection being made to his key, to enable the stunning strike, there is a shattering sound. You can almost feel the causality of something, although you're not entirely sure what it was. And as this shattering sound emanates from the locust at the center of the room, you watch as black spray immediately begins to kind of jet out of the cracks all across the surface of its skin. This locust stands up to his towering height, about 35 feet tall in the center of the room. He readies all four of these large, statue-like arms, and begins to barrel his way over towards you.
Troubling.
And by that you mean vanishes. Oh, okay, he's back.
To pull him over to this lair.
Is he technically occupying that space that my arrow's pointing at right now?
Let me double check. What is his actual size? He's taken up 7 spaces, so it's kind of like just the parts that his feet are sort of covering. Here, I'll draw a little circle. That's the area he's standing in.
How tall is he?
About 35 feet.
And how high up is the iron dagger in his chest?
So it is now probably about 20-25 feet off of the ground. He was previously kind of kneeling down in this pained position, but he's now stood up to his full height.
Okay.
Okay. Right, I should probably do this. Perfect. Why did that not put him on initiative? There it goes. Alright, he is going to swing one of his arms around towards you, Nordo, and as it does, this blast of ice flies out towards you. 21 to hit for 28 cold.
It'll work.
Excellent. Alright, on his, he is stunned. This goes off.
He does take.
Right, bleeding too. Three points of bleed. Alright, you see that he is stunned. He is unable to move. His eyes kind of locked on you as his joints lock, and he kind of has this dazed stupor on his face. You do see that the blue cloak that he is wearing kind of starts to shimmer and darken, and you see these kind of like little specks of light, almost like tiny stars all over the surface of his cloak. It's definitely doing something. It's hard to tell what, but nothing happens immediately. And that brings us to Vasu.
He can make a con save and a strength save for the wounds and the restraints
Gotcha.
at the end of his turn.
Does not break the wound, and he doesn't even struggle against the restraints. They seem to have him in place.
Okay. Terrific.
Alright, Vasu.
This is not what I expected to be doing right now. To fly up and past and around the locust, however I need to do that without provoking an opportunity attack. Also gonna get over here next to this lizard guy. And I can see he's trying to do some fishy shit, so I'm just gonna try to beat him up a little bit. Actually, hang on. You said his robe is starting to do some stuff?
Definitely doing some weird shit. It is starting to
Like
change from
a
this.
full robe with sleeves, or is it like a
Yeah.
cloak? Is it something that I could try to like tear off of his shoulders while he's restrained?
So it's kind of like a cultist robe. It goes all the way down with sleeves. It covers. It's like a full body robe. It's got a hood. Kind of goes down past his waist to about his ankles.
I just don't want him running off, and I don't know how to stop him. I feel like he's got more shit going on up his sleeves, so...
Don't you have a magic net?
I do, but... Hang on, my phone's ringing.
While this effect is happening, could I use my reaction to roll Arcana to identify it?
You can. How far are you? Yeah, you can do it.
Or blow?
Ooh, fuck.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome
Yeah, I do have a net. I don't know how helpful it's going to be if he's already stunned and restrained by these roots too. But I am going to try it just because I know it will inconvenience him more and it will hurt him if he tries to get out of it, unless whatever magical shit he has going on with his robe just poops that thing off too. So we're going to try that. It's like a ranged attack normally to throw a net, right?
Yes, but your magic thing makes it so there's no disadvantage. So you can just kind of do a strength or a dex ranged attack.
Like gently just place it on him since he's restrained.
Yeah, the net goes over him easy enough. It kind of wraps around some of these hooks, seem to dig into the cloak, into the skin. Nomad, even from this distance, you're able to recognize a couple of things. The first, you're probably not actually close enough to notice that one. It does seem unusual to you how little he's struggling against the restraint, but you figure it's probably just because he's stunned. But as for the robe itself, which is the main thing that you're studying, it appears to be some sort of druidic magic that has some connection to Fey magic. You've spent a lot of time studying Wildstones. You recognize that there's a very distinct signature to that style of magic. This feels planar to you. It feels interplanar and specifically tied to the Feywilds in some way.
He might be plane shifting or whatever.
You don't recognize it as a spell, but you recognize it as some sort of very similar effect.
Definitely something the cloak is doing. Right?
Yes, it seems to be a magical item that is having
Cool.
some sort of interplanar effect tied to the Feywilds.
Very nice.
All right. Anything else, Vasu?
As main action, I don't really have much bonus action that works with this. Can I hold a bonus action, or is that not allowed?
Not normally, but like, it's weird. The rules say you can try to hold anything as an action. So sure, what would you like to try to hold?
I'm just gonna try to hold a water whip.
Sure, that's cool. That's fine.
So either if he tries to flee in a way that isn't just like a plane shift, and I can actually do something about it, I'll try to snag him with it and knock him prone.
All right.
Or if you'll let me come up with two instances, I'm gonna also try to use it if the locust barrels any closer to us. I'll just try to knock him prone and stop him too.
Perfect.
Didn't
sounds
you
good.
already use an action to put a net on them?
But water whip is a bonus action.
Oh, then you can't prepare it as an action. That's right.
DM said I could.
DM's gonna maybe allow it, sort of. That is a good point, though. Readying an action does normally take your main action, so yeah. In this case, Frisk is right. I forgot you had already used your regular action.
That's fair.
Yep. But like, if you wanted to ready like a bonus, something that is normally a bonus action, like Healing Word, I do allow that. But it does still take your normal
Gotcha.
action. Anyway, I think that's it. Yeah.
And in that case, I'll probably just use my bonus action to take like not bonus action to dodge unless I use like a key point, right? Okay, that's my turn.
All right.
No bonus action.
Perfect.
I've wasted enough time.
At the end of your turn, the locust swings another arm at you, Vasu, and this time a bolt of lightning comes flying out in your direction. 21 for 29.
Just hits.
Ooh!
I should have taken the dodge action.
Oh no. Alright, Ace, you're up.
Reaction though, I'll do the this thing. But we can go on to 8 while I roll that.
Alright.
I have a question. So, if an item does an effect that is that of a spell, how is it affected by Dispel Magic?
Normally Dispel Magic doesn't do anything for magic items, but I think that's dumb. So sometimes I allow it. Usually what ends up happening is it just kind of suppresses it for a round or two. But usually there's a spellcasting check involved, and then, you know, based on how well you roll, it determines like whether it gets suppressed or it does nothing. It's definitely harder than dispelling an actual spell, for sure.
I'll try it. I use my bonus action to pull out my Dispel Magic arrow,
Alright.
and then I'm going to shoot it at that guy, and I'm going to try to dispel the whatever spell effect his cloak is trying to do.
Alright, I love it. Give me an attack roll.
And he's restrained, right?
He is, advantage.
And he's a humanoid.
He is, yes. 25 is good for 25 points of damage, and give me a wisdom check.
Okay.
You watch as the entire cloak starts to momentarily flicker from this kind of black astral star-laden pattern back to its normal dark navy blue. And it seems to flicker off for just like a moment or two, and then it pops back on into kind of the dark starry field. You get this.
I shoot
instant, it
another
didn't
arrow at
quite
him.
work. All right, fire away.
I did.
Oh, perfect. 14 more points of damage.
And then... Oh, it's my first turn of combat, isn't it?
Sure.
I have
is.
another attack!
Yep. Ow, 13.
And then I'm going to move out of the way. Hold on, let's see how far I can. Can I still see him from here?
Yeah, because you're a sharpshooter.
Cool. Now we'll move here.
Damn it. Just got out of. Wait, maybe? Hang on. What is his line of sight?
But isn't there this giant thing in the way?
There is, and he definitely cannot get to that. That's a damn shame. He really wants to throw things at you, but instead he's going to throw things at Vasu again. This time, Vasu, one of the arms kind of reaches down.
Come on, guy!
It forms this big boulder that is kind of this bright yellowish, sickly color. And as it starts to hurl through the air towards you, you watch as it just bursts into this cloud of yellowish green smoke. And there's this awful acrid smell that kind of approaches at the same speed as the boulder flying your direction. 33 for 20.
Yeah, that hits.
Woof! Alright. That brings us to Gale.
Also, actually, I can move here. I didn't realize I had a little bit more movement.
Gotcha, perfect.
It's me. I now pronounce us man and man, and I touch Moat on the back.
Finally.
God. All we've been waiting for.
I had it. Where is it?
Ooh, excellent.
Thanks, husband.
You're welcome, wife. I shoot the statue twice, and then I run and hide so that I don't lose concentration.
Alright. Unfortunately, those plink off of the surface of the statue and do nothing. It is, which is real dumb. But, you know, Thieves gotta have something. Nomad.
So tell me about the statue. The daggers in its chest?
Yeah, so it has this very large shard of this black material that has been shoved into its chest, just like the diamonds that were outside that you guys pulled
Was that
out.
there before?
It was not. It is new when you guys come up the stairs here. You
Right.
can see
So
there's a large
Nomad's
street.
gonna spend one spell slot to give himself flight of 30 because he lost that over the hour. And he's going to just fly himself as close as he can to the giant,
Alright,
halfway up there.
perfect.
And I think that's his turn.
Excellent.
Trying to reach the chest.
Right. Okay. Elise is still kind of hurt herself. She is going to 20, 30, gets her here. Kind of run up next to this thing. She's going to use her main action to heal herself. I don't think she's going to get spiritual weapon out yet because she doesn't want to die. Alright, that brings us... Oh, I'm sorry, at the end of Elise's turn, the Locust is going to reach up over his head. He is going to conjure a massive fireball and just kind of bring it down like he's dunking on Nomad. Oh, fuck.
Oh boy,
Holy shit.
that's a lot of damage.
Dunk me. I care not.
58 points of fire damage,
So
Nomad.
brutal.
He takes a reaction and halves it.
Good call.
For how much?
For 29 points of fire damage.
That's all my mana.
Hey, really quick.
Yeah.
This isn't an issue right now, but before we get to a new round of initiative regarding rebound points, can I wait until I see the initiative order to decide to spend it, or do I need to decide before it's rolled?
Let's see. Starting, you can change your initiative to any value, so you can roll what it is and then change it after if you want.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Yep. All right. Moat is up.
Okay. I'm just going to, let's see here. So I kind of tunnel vision in on that dagger in his chest, and then for my bonus, the white fire kind of pours out for my armor, and I will activate my mantle, and then some of that fire springs around to my back, and I will cast fly as my main action, and I hopefully with 60 feet can get right up to the dagger.
Yeah, 60 feet is enough to get pretty much right up to it.
Okay, cool. And then I'm just gonna flavor put my hands on it and get ready and try and yank it out.
All right,
Heck
excellent.
yeah.
Attaboy.
Eric and I have the same idea.
Good call. At the end of your turn, he is going to conjure. We'll do another bolt of ice this time at Elise. For 30 points of cold on Elise.
Oh, no, fix yourself.
This guy's a beast. This guy's real dangerous.
All right, and it's his turn. Okay. Nomad, Elise, and Moat can all take opportunity attacks if you wish, as the Locust comes storming over this direction.
Am I allowed to use my reaction to try and pull the dagger out?
Yes. So I allow it. I allow like grappling as a thing, at disadvantage.
Yeah, I can't reach him.
So it's athletics at disadvantage?
Yep.
Oh boy.
Take my inspiration to make it a straight roll. Actually, never mind. I feel like that's not going to be enough.
It's funny you said that because I was going to do the exact same thing, and I think I will.
Well,
Yeah, I'll inspire.
Just go and give me one more flat roll.
Yeah. Much better.
All right.
hell yes.
As this guy turns away, Moat reaches out and latches onto this corrupting stone, yanks free, and as it does, there is just this gout of black powder that begins to pour down onto the ground around it. There is an awful kind of cracking noise, and immediately all of you can see that the surface of this locust begins to kind of pulse and hover and emanate, kind of like these statues has been doing, except the energy field from it, rather than being a single color, is kind of this swirling dark blue and purple and pink, with little bits of like dots of light, almost again like that astral star surface. Like there's this energy that is trying to pull itself free of the locust, especially around the point of that injury. Nonetheless, he does continue to run over. I guess Elise will take a swing, because why not? Big old miss.
I have no weapons out. Also, I don't think I was within range.
Perfect. He's going to reach down with two of his fists, and he's going to attempt grapples, one on Vasu and one on Nordo. So I need anti-grapples. We'll do Nordo first. 16 and Vasu. 13? Both terrible.
Acrobatics or athletics, right?
Correct. Nordo's fine. Vasu's fine. When he realizes that he can't just grab you, he's going to try to punch each of you.
Please no.
Really rather if he didn't.
Gets 4 attacks? Just
Forearm.
miss. Oh my gosh.
Top one, Nordo. 28.
That'll hit.
And I need a Constitution saving throw.
Or be stunned. Oh no.
And one for Vasu. 34,
Jesus Christ. 34?
and then a Constitution saving throw. Oh, thank God.
Balls.
Oh, thank God.
Inspiration,
Take my
motherfucker.
inspiration,
Oh, no!
Nordo.
Okay, thank you, Nomad.
Oh, thank God.
Damn it. Con!
Oh, praise be. There is
Terrible.
There is a God in the sky above, and he is looking down on Varder, my man, who does not want to spill his secrets today. Top of the round.
I'm gonna eat your fucking brains yet, Varder. You win.
Oh, wait, hang on. Let me make sure he's rolling that correctly. He is not,
Okay.
so that should be, first of all, an advantage. Yeah.
Tell me if I do this. When I fail a saving throw against an effect that's preventing me from taking voluntary actions, can I do that now? Or do I have to wait until it's
yeah.
been affecting me for a turn?
Oh, wait, when you fail
Great,
saving
I'll
throw,
spend
that
rebound
is
points.
preventing or would prevent you. Yes, you can.
Would prevent you. Terrific, I didn't read the whole thing. I'm going to spend a rebound point to add 1d4 to my save.
All right.
Praise be. It's a coin toss. Fuck yes! 15.
God damn it. All right, Nordo is not stunned.
Boy, that was...
Let's see.
Oh, and I go after Barter still, thank God.
Okay, so this should actually be a 27. Alright, with that said, Varder's still stunned.
Oh,
let's
hi.
see, this
You're
is-
just in time to help us.
Oh boy.
Oh
It's getting
boy.
ugly.
Okay, perfect. That brings us to Ace.
I move my hunter's mark to Varder.
You do, and as you do with your fancy monocle of true sight, you... Boy, what do you even see here? How do I describe this? Let me read this effect real quick to make sure I'm not fucking this up. Okay, so I guess you would kind of... Oh, fuck, how... You see a rift, that is kind of, forming below Varder as he is kind of pinned to the ground by Nordo here. And through this rift, you see branches and flowers and, kind of the leaves of trees that are starting to slowly creep out around the edges of it. Nobody else sees this effect, it's only you. You imagine that it's probably thanks to your monocle. And you're not entirely sure what it is, but you can see some sort of a rift or a portal that seems to be very Fey-like in origin and in nature, that is kind of creeping out from under Varder in all directions.
Nordo, get him away from that where he's standing. And then I shoot.
Fire away. Still stunned. Woo! 23 is good for 31 points. And 29 for another 18. Excellent.
And then I'm going to move and duck behind this corner now so that he still can't see me.
God damn it.
Does it feel like he can see me back here? Or do I need to move here?
As long as you're kind of like pinned to the wall where you're currently at, then he can't. He doesn't have line of sight.
Perfect.
He sure does wish he did, though.
But even when I shoot him, it doesn't look like he's like concentrating on a spell or anything.
No, and he's stunned. If he was concentrating on a spell, it would gone.
True. And me shooting hole. So whenever I shoot him and my arrows hit his robe, does it look like his robe is reacting as if it's magical,
Um,
like more resilient?
yeah, it definitely appears to be a magic robe. It's pretty clear that it's got some sort of a magic effect on it.
Move him right from the hole and rip his clothes off.
All right, anything else?
That's my turn.
All right, at the end of your turn, we lost some things. Okay. He is going to slam a foot down on the ground. And I need everyone within 60 feet who is on the ground. So Nomad and Moat are immune, but I need Elise, Ace, Vasu, and Nordo to make strength saving throws or be knocked prone.
I had advantage and it still didn't matter.
Yeah, it's a big old DC.
That is a big old DC.
It's okay. I have a -3 to strength, so it didn't matter anyways.
All right. That brings us over to Gale.
Toto's gonna dash. Feel like I need to get closer to you guys, but I'm just not gonna do that. That's it. I just run up, take 2 shots.
All right. I think, yeah, unfortunately, 19 also glances off the surface of the statue. Oh, right, Elise needed to save, you're right. That brings us to Vasu. I believe Vasu got stunned, right?
No.
But did you really? I'm so sorry. You get some rebound point.
Rebound points almost make it worth it.
All right, Flick, you're up.
Okay. 1 second.
Missing a turn and getting some rebound points is nice when you don't miss a turn and you're also stunned and prone and have taken like 70 damage in the last 3 turns and still have a fucking locust standing above you. I'm scared.
And you're the guy we need to meditate on this guy.
I don't know what rebound points they're gonna do about this.
Okay, I'm gonna move here. That's close enough, right? Oh, I don't even need to be that close. And then pew.
Oh, fuck. Let's see. Is this on the Locust and Varder, I assume?
Yeah.
Ow. And... okay, half for him. So 13 points on the Locust.
14.
Oh yeah, you're right, because the compass helps. And Varder takes full damage, 28.
Good rolls.
All right. Anything else, Flick?
I wish that damage roll was better, but nope.
All right. This time at the end of the turn, the Locust's gonna wheel around and fling some fire at Flick. 29 for 20.
It's 29 for 10 because I'm resistant to fire, but
Oh,
yeah.
son of a bitch. All right. Nomad.
Oh. I'm going to move over here and then fly up just as high as I can. And then I'm going to spend my action to touch my fingertips together and I say, Mithra Lunala, a favor. Prevent this person from leaving. And I try to make contact with the Fey Lady, Our Lady of Teleportations.
Okay. Do you have a feature for this, or a spell, or are you just kind of calling out into the void and seeing what happens?
Sort of. Calling out into void, but also I see this Fey energy going on over there,
Okay.
and I wonder if she can hear me, so I telepathy read.
Oh boy.
It's okay to say no. It's okay to say luck check
I
or whatever, Arcana.
right. I'm trying to imagine a scenario where this
I
does.
can't do anything because I have no mana, so I am reaching for our past social interactions with powerful creatures.
Oh, this feels like a channel divinity sort of a thing.
I am God.
I know that you are God. Roll a d20 for just roll a d20 and let's see what happens.
Okay.
You kind of hold on to this sliver of hope in this
Half
this,
enough.
this long shot, and you call out, but there is no response. Nothing seems to happen. With that said, you haven't really used your action, so if you want to like fire a cantrip or something, you can do that.
A cantrip. Let's see if anything's within range. Yeah, there's that guy. I don't think I can do anything to stop him. Is he looking bad? How bad does he look?
He looks pretty beat up, but he's also like stunned and restrained, so it's really hard to tell.
Okay, I'm gonna try and firebolt him. Sorry, why did my sheet close? It always does this. The pyrokinetic bolt!
17 is good for 17 points of fire damage.
And that's me.
You can see that some of the edges of this magical astral cloak start to kind of flicker with the flames at the edge. That brings us... Oh, wait, sorry. Legendary... No. Yes, legendary. The Locust is going to look down at Nordo and fire a Stormbolt at Nordo. 17?
That misses.
No! Alright, Nordo's up.
Praise be. Alright. Nordo is just bleeding profusely, dripping down his face. Forgoing the usual blood and glory, he is going to rage as a bonus action. And just spitting mad, looking down at Varder. Just says, seems like you're behind all this. The Locust, the Tarask, the Deep Mother, the Slavers, everywhere we go, seems like you got a hand in some horror show. This ends today. And... boy, I guess I'm going to attack. Recklessly.
Excellent.
Nordo, if you can decapitate him, maybe his head won't teleport.
I will certainly try.
He won't speak, then he's useless to us alive.
Alright, the axe sinks in, and as it does, you can feel that it makes contact. It feels similar to the times that you've attacked, like, an elemental, and it clearly has some physical material to it, but also the axe is kind of moving through it more easily than you would have expected. And Varder kind of looks up at you and says, in this kind of quiet, slithering, cautious common, like maybe it's not his primary language, I might die here, but my poison has already set in. This does not end today.
You're mistaken about one thing. You do die here. And I will attack again. Attempted to decapitate.
Excellent.
on Nomad's advice.
Oh my god, he's still up!
Boy, that's some bad damage. I will spend my final key point for a stunning strike.
Oh god, I wish you wouldn't.
Do it, do it, do it. That cheeky bitch.
Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. He's after me. Disregard. Oh,
Are you gonna
Oh
flurry?
my god.
I couldn't flurry. I raged as a bonus action.
Oh, true.
So yeah, he does not get stunned. That is my action for 2 attacks. My bonus action was to rage. I guess I'll use half my movement to stand up now.
Okay.
I probably did that before I attacked, really. I will remain in place. I'm assuming I can't do this, but to the extent that I can do this as just item interaction, I want to try to take his robes off. But that's my turn.
Okay. If they were like loosely on there, it might be something you could do as like a disarm. Fully disrobing him is definitely going to take like some serious action.
Yeah. Yep, I assumed so.
Okay, your turn ends. His old stunning strike ends, and some shit happens.
He is still if he's not still restrained, I'll roll that again.
He seems to
I think
still
he's
be restrained.
Okay.
Net on him too.
He sure does.
Oh right.
Okay. Okay. Alright, the first thing that he's going to do is he's going to spend a rebound point to cast a cantrip. And as he does, there is a sudden blast of air that carries him along with the net and the vine. Wait, hang on. He might have to do this in a different order. Okay, how does this work? Because the net would work, the vines wouldn't. It's 5 feet of movement. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding. He's still got his rebound point. Alright. Then Moat's up.
Sorry, I was chewing. Okay. With a 60-foot fly speed, can I get down on the ground next to Barter from where I am? Because I was up in the air at the Locust's chest.
Let's find out. 25, 45, Pythagorean load calculator. You can do it. 25 and 45 makes 51.4, so yes, you can.
Perfect. Okay. I'm going to fly over here on the ground next to Barter. As I do so, I want to swing by the Locust, and I just kind of look up at him in Primordial, and I will say, come on, guy, you got to fight this. We need you right now. I'm going to spend the last of my sorcery points to try and cast a spell on the Locust.
Okay.
I can find it. It's in here somewhere. I believe in you.
Woof!
Or not Compelled Duel, sorry. I'm looking for Command. Hit the wrong one.
Gotcha. That's still a wisdom save, right? Yeah.
Yeah, still a wisdom save.
Calm down, fight me.
No good.
Hell no. You see these just weeping black from his eyes. He seems entirely enraged.
Alright, and then, since that was my bonus, I'm going to attack Varder. Is it just a straight roll right now? What's the situation?
He is still restrained. Oh my god.
Oh,
it misses.
damn.
Holy shit.
Alright, second attack.
Oh no!
Oh, there it is.
No!
And you already know what's happening, but this guy's dead.
Dude.
With the head! With the head!
How bad does this guy look?
That's a really good question, actually.
I'm not gonna risk it.
Sure.
And then add 10 total damage to that for Mantle.
Oh my god, okay. Well shit, does this ruin that? That's a lot of damage. How does this... First time target drops 0. Kill it instantly without dealing... Okay, alright. Excellent. Perfect. You sink in. Searing flames pour out of his nostrils, the sides of his mouth, even from the corner of his eyes. And you just see this smoking, charred wreck left where Varder should be. But then there is a cough and a sputter. And you see that the cloak suddenly goes back to the dark blue. And he looks up at you with these bloodshot eyes. And just barely coughs out, "It's not over yet."
Ooh.
Well, that's not great.
How does he talk without lungs?
Through smoke, it seems.
Alright, that's movement, action, and bonus. I'm good.
Okay. Okay, shit. Who's still left? Alright. The Locust is up. The Locust has 4 arms. It's time to do some forearm thing.
I'm scared.
Those stuns work really well. I didn't think they would work that well. He kind of wants to try those again.
Please don't.
I wish you wouldn't.
God, he needs to get him out of here.
Is
though.
it?
What's up?
Sorry, is it? I had some extra movement. Is it too late to say? Actually, fuck it. I didn't think of it. Never mind.
Let's do a grapple on Nordo. 29.
Oh boy. I can match that if I nat 20 it.
Believe.
Oh, thank God.
Nope.
Grapple on Moat for 21
And it's acrobatics?
or athletics, your choice.
Oh, thank God.
Shit. Grapple on Vasu. Oh my God, only 13.
Fuck.
Vasu's fine. Then he will try his last one on Moat. For 18. That's not very good. Oh, thank God.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
So he successfully grabs Moat and Nordo, and he is just going to start pulling them over this way.
That bond doesn't give me, like, advantage or anything, does it?
I don't.
I'm
think it
scrolling up
does.
to find it. I don't think it does either.
Yeah, just +1 on saves, AC, and you take half damage, and I take whatever damage you take.
Got it.
Okay. There's a bunch of really hurt people.
Sentinel bitch.
Oh no. Oh, thank God, it's only a 16. 16 misses, thankfully.
Balls.
Thought a 16 hit him before because he was
Harder.
really big.
No, that was
Hit
Varder.
Varder.
Yeah, you're probably thinking of Varder.
This guy's like really tough.
Okay, Elisa's gonna do a big heal because there's a bunch of people about to die. I don't know
Appreciate
if anyone has hit him yet, except for maybe Ace.
Hit who?
The statue.
The Locust.
Oh,
I
you
don't
got
think
him
I
with a
hit him.
Thunderbolt. Yeah, you got him with a Thunderbolt too.
That doesn't
If it
count,
matters, he
but-
takes 5 damage from touching me.
That does matter. He is not immune to fire. Definitely not yours.
He wouldn't be immune to fire anyways because Moat.
Right. Special mode, special fire.
Alright, 15 points of health to Elise, Moat, Nordo, Flick, Nomad, Vasu.
Thank you.
The spiritual weapon is not out. Shit, and she can't summon it now because she's cast a spell. Which brings us back to the top of the round.
It lasts 10 minutes.
Varder, I
They've
need
been
you to-
moving it for that.
That's true, it could have been moving up the stairs. We'll say it's,
Absolutely.
So 20 feet. Turn 1 would get it here, turn 2 would get it here, it does not quite get to the statue. Alright, new initiative.
I'm gonna use my rebound point to make my initiative 30.
Varder is also going to
Attaboy.
use a rebound point to make his initiative 30.
So he's decapitated but not dead.
Probably go before him because I have 20 dex and I'm a player character though, right?
I think DM
Probably
decided.
more the dex than anything else.
So
If I use
spoiler
my
It's also still
inspiration,
in
which is a
vines
more
and a
valuable
net.
resource, do I get to go first?
I think I did rule that you can use inspiration to set your initiative too.
Yeah, you
And
did.
it's a more valuable resource. I get to go first, right?
So I will say normally when there's a tie, the DM just decides, but the way that I choose to decide it is by having all of you guys that are at 30 roll initiative against each other to like break the side pot. So who all is at 30 currently? It's Vasu, Varder. Anyone else bumping to 30?
I'll do it. I want to do something fun. So
Excellent. So I need Flick, Vasu, and Varder to roll initiative. Oh no, that's really good. No, he's not decapitated, for the record.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Alright, Varder, I believe in you. This is it.
God damn it.
No! No! Okay, so that makes it Flick first, and then Varder, and then Vasu, and then everyone. So Flick,
Okay,
you're
I'm
up.
gonna using my weekly use of polymorph, turning into a T-Rex, which is actually a Spinosaurus, coming over here and grappling him with my bite.
Attaboy.
Okay,
It's an action polymorph.
it's an action to polymorph.
Oh, right.
Oh, is it? God, no!
it
You're
is.
thinking of when you were a druid.
I was!
Yeah. There's,
Welcome to hell.
Zircon.
Well, that's not nearly as fun.
You'll still get an opportunity attack if he does anything weird, and you can totally use that to bite or grapple.
Okay.
Oh god. Okay, this is not shit. There's
He
a
takes
Spinosaur
10
now.
points of bleed damage.
Oh shit. Fuck, son of a bitch. Does he?
He does. He's
Does-
taken 4 wounds.
Does he have to?
He does.
Fuck. Hang on.
He sure
Target
does.
drops to one spells. Oh no. Oh no.
Thank God,
Oh,
just
no.
as planned.
Oh
Head
no.
just
My
falls
secret master plan.
Oh no.
Woundless
Oh god. Does he have anything to do against this? I don't think he has any way to stop this.
He could die.
Oh, I am so happy right
He
now.
doesn't want to die.
His sweet, sweet, sweet
then he should've
crimson.
Stayed and
Owes
talked.
me
He
a
said he was
debt.
fine. That's not what he said.
Oh,
he
wait.
said he was okay dying.
Wait, what's the time on this? Okay, hang on.
Don't you just await us?
Is this concentration? It isn't. Okay. One at the start of each of its. When does your bleed go off?
At the start of their turn.
To decide which effect goes first.
I do. I think. Okay, I think I get to choose, right? Like whoever's active turn it is gets it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank
He also can't heal any wounds that I have dealt to him, if that matters.
What if it's
Like
magical healing?
any weapons that I've done. No, only by hit dice arrest. Magical healing does not heal it.
Damage dealt can only be healed by hit dice arrest. Shit!
Yeah, that's like in the description of the weapon.
Uh,
You can't heal it with magic.
Son of a bitch. He goes unconscious
Yes, he does.
and he doesn't regenerate.
You did
God,
it!
No!
I cannot tell you guys how wrecked I am right now. We can all just die to this locust if we want to. I will die happy.
Oh fuck.
No, but the body still breathes. Come on.
The body
shit.
doesn't breathe.
Let's just banish him and just leave.
Well,
And just had the slightest bit of insult to injury.
perfect.
Oh wait, he's not within 5 feet of me. Never
No,
mind.
he's not. Well, Vasu's up.
Okay.
God damn that bleed.
I love you,
So
Nordo.
beautiful. So beautiful. Nordo
Vasu.
falls unconscious in this locust's arms with a smile on his face.
A coup de grace, Vasu.
Careful, he's a hero.
A coup de grace.
Is
Sorry, I
going to spend half of his movement to stand up for his prone. Then he's basically just gonna like rocket at least 20 feet straight up into the air to get to head level with this locust. And I think I have to use a main action to do that thing, so I'm not gonna attack it first, although I really, really want to. Okay, fuck it. Instead of, I'm still gonna stand up from prone, but instead of flying up in the air, I'm gonna try to water whip him to knock him prone, because that's a bonus action, so I need a dex save. And it'd be fine. Commit.
Woo!
Great. Then my main action, I'm just gonna try to meditate on this guy. So I'm gonna fly up. I'm gonna get in real close since most of his hands are full. I'm gonna just place both palms as much as I can do this in the span of a 6-second turn. I'm gonna place my palms close to the wound in his chest, and I'm gonna do the thing that I'd been doing to these other statues before. I'm gonna spend an action and some ki to try to heal him up a little bit.
All right.
And just, I'm gonna whisper in Primordial, "Come on, big guy, work with us here."
All right. Give me a wisdom check.
I like the mental image of like onlookers who don't speak primordial hearing you and Moat both say that like cryptic primordial phrase and thinking it's some ancient ritual, but it's just, come on, big guy.
They are saying, "Come on, big guy."
All right, you guys watch as, like ink in water, some of this black streaking that has been caused near the center of the wound and also from the eyes is drawn towards Vasu's fists. Vasu, you feel some of this energy starting to just crawl up your hand and your arm and your wrist.
Oh no.
But
I don't like that.
You're able to fight and concentrate and kind of push back until all of this negative energy, this darkened ki, is kind of forced into the area between your palm and the locust. And it starts to grow and grow into these 4 little globules that all suddenly spring out and kind of pop out in various directions around you and the others. All of these are about 30 feet off the ground. And you can see the body of this locust start to shake and tremor. It seems to be losing a lot of its corruption, but also a lot of its power as these tainted motes are extracted from it.
Okay. For whatever it's worth, it does gain 5 HP as well from that key.
Excellent.
We'll use that to help us fight these globules of corruption.
Perfect. All right. Anything else?
That's my turn, and I'm hoping I don't die by staying here.
All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you can still do this once. He immediately looks to you with what remains of the darkened eye, and he is going to fire just another glacial blast at you, Vasu.
God, I resist cold right now.
Oh, do you? God damn it.
Yeah, I just water whipped him, motherfucker.
Oh, son of a bitch. 24, I think, still does hit.
Yeah.
So 9 after resistance. All right, and that brings us down to Elise. People are looking better. She's going to go ahead and take the time to get her weapon out. And she's going to pull out the big boy.
Oh, the big boy.
So it's an extra 3d8 on this. If it hits, it does hit. 18 points of force. And then she will run up and start chopping at ankles.
Is she attacking the big guy?
She is. She doesn't get through the marble surface, though. Which brings us to Moat.
Alright, this guy still has me grappled, I assume?
Yes.
Am I grappled within range of any of the tainted key, or...?
That's a good question. I guess give me a luck check. No. Unfortunately, he's holding you kind of away from him.
Okay, Phew. Here's what I'm gonna do. I said that too early. Okay, here's what I'm actually gonna do. So the wings on my back are gonna kind of dissipate out into 6 little will-o-wisp versions of Shu, and I'm going to cast a spell.
Excellent.
And then I'm going to immediately send 2 of them at... Can I hit 2 of the tainted keys? Or any of them, like, close enough together? If not, I'll just hit...
Within 5 feet. Yeah, these 2 are close enough together, so you could potentially hit these 2.
Cool, I'll go with that then. And I'm going to send 2 of them. So it's both damage values. And then add 5 to that for mantle.
Oh shit, the mantle I think is going to do it either way. Alright, as these tiny little fire shoes erupt, both of these motes kind of burst. And as they do, 2 streaks of light fly from them over to Vasu. one blue, and one orange. And I'm going to whisper Vasu a thing in a second.
Oh, he's becoming the locust.
Yeah,
It's
he
all
is.
happening.
It's really happening right now.
So this is where Vasu just leaves the campaign, right?
This is
Yes.
it.
This is planned from the start.
Alright, anything else, Mo?
That is action, bonus, can't move. That's it.
Alright, that brings us to... Actually, before Gale goes, he's going to use another legendary. And he is going to fire a Stormbolt down at Moat. Or actually, I guess you're already in his palm. He kind of just electrifies
Sure I
the
am.
palm that you're in. 17, I think, misses, though.
It does miss.
Alright,
Wow, he has really bad palms.
he does. Then that
You're
brings
a
us to Gale.
fucking hero mode.
Well. So bad that Moat went already, but I'm gonna do this anyways. I'll just come over here and cast. Actually, let's go this way. And I'm going to cast a haste on Moat.
Ooh, sick.
And then Toto is going to bite this key thing.
So the key things, sorry, I don't have it marked, but they are 30 feet off the ground. I don't know if he has a way to do that.
Well, you should mark that.
I should mark it, I know. Here, hang on, let me get it.
I feel like I should get that hit in anyway.
This one came out of the ground.
Well, that changes everything. In that case, I'm just gonna pop around the corner, cast haste, and then run down the stairs. Hide like a coward so that I don't lose concentration.
Attaboy.
Perfect.
Priorities.
Alright, that brings us to the locust, who is gonna start hitting people. Okay, let's see, who do we got? The first thing he's gonna do is he's just gonna slam Nordo and Moat together between his palms. So this this top one is on Nordo, and the bottom was on Moat.
No
Oh
kiss.
boy.
No kiss.
Haste.
Yes.
How dare you make the ship for us? They're brothers.
I do need Constitution saving throws from each of you against stun.
Hey.
The third one is he is going to punch the Allosaur.
He also.
Oh,
sorry,
no.
he takes.
Oh no!
Oh boy.
He does take 5 for the mantle, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh
That's
no,
a-
Flick.
Some damage here.
So 2
Oh
Okay.
no.
Let's see, my cons at
Oops, sorry, only the
19.
first 2 of those, so that's 6. So 26 total damage. So it's a DC 13 concentration save. And then a
can do
DC
that.
15 stun save.
Unload.
Oh no!
Not stunned, at least.
Yeah, you lose concentration unless you want to inspire it, but you're not stunned, thankfully.
I can't inspire it because I used it to go fast, and I didn't need to.
So on the bright side, at least it only takes fake dinosaur damage. Don't worry, I feel your pain, having wasted a T-Rex several times.
I only get it once a week.
Yeah, no, I feel that. The final kick is going to be on the healer. 13. And she is stunned.
Our healer's done.
Oh, you know what? Elise has inspiration and she'll give it to you, Flick, so you can try to keep your dinosaur form.
But doesn't she need it for her stun?
It's
I'm
okay. She'll be
blocking.
fine.
Okay.
I'm blocking damage. I might just block all of that.
Oh shit. Yeah, give me some damage. Or damage
I don't even
reduction, I
have
should
to
say.
roll for it because just between the monk level and the dex mod, I block all of the damage from
Oh,
that.
perfect.
So.
All right, she takes no damage then. She's still stunned, but she does not take any of that damage.
She's stunned. If a literal earthbending wall comes between her and the kick and blocks all of the damage, that seems silly to me.
That does seem silly. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, if you block the entire attack, it would also block the stun. She's fine.
Yay!
Girl.
Hooray.
Oh, also, she needed to get this extra healing from before.
Look at that max roll too. So earthbendy right now.
I don't want to do this to myself, but since he crit, does the damage get doubled, or
I already applied it.
you already applied it? Okay.
Yep. And that was already applied to the save too. So if you can roll a 13 or more, you're still a dinosaur.
Okay. Come on. And this has a +3 to it because I'm a dinosaur.
Hey, you're still a dinosaur.
Yay!
Excellent. All right, Ace, you're up.
All right. So I have the Arcturus activated, so it's like feet hit the ground, and I'm like on my back, and I like raise up like a fucking vampire out of like a coffin, just like. And I poke my head out. So what is the distance between the top of his head and the things in his chest?
15 feet.
Like, so if it was a 15-foot spear placed on the top of his head, would it close those up, or would they just be right outside of it?
It would cover it. Yeah. If it was like centered on his head.
I meant like the top. So if I hit it on the top of his head.
Yeah, we'll say it would cover it just barely.
Oh, well, what if I didn't want it to cover it?
The,
You know what? What if I shot at the back of his head?
Oh boy.
Also, which way is he facing?
Give me a luck check. All four, because he has 4 faces. And no, unfortunately,
Which one has it? Which chest has the stuff inside of it? All 4?
he only has 1 chest, despite having 4 faces. So his front
Gotcha.
face, yeah. So his
So I meant,
chest,
which way is his chest facing?
gotcha. His chest is
Like
currently
Manny
facing
faces.
kind of southeast-ish. With that said, facing isn't really a thing in 5e, which is kind of weird. But no, unfortunately, his head, if you target any point on his head, a 15-foot radius thing will get his chest.
Did it seem like we gave up the idea of pulling these things out of his chest?
Vasu seems to be actively doing it.
Fine. All right.
Yeah.
Then
You
I
just
guess
have
I'll...
to destroy things to release it.
Okay. Okay. Well, then I'm gonna do my hunter's mark to this little boy over here,
All right, blast him.
and I'm gonna blast him. Oh, I have no allies near him. This is sad.
Might be up there. Am I close to one of these?
Give me a luck check. Moat isn't, we know for sure.
One of his arms.
But you're in one of his hands, let's find out. No, unfortunately not. With that said, 17 does hit, and that is enough to cause this one to burst.
Oh, cool. Then I'll just shoot the other one.
Alright,
You gonna whisper Vasu more things?
sure am. That one also hits. This thing is still standing, unfortunately.
All right, then I'm gonna be like, whoop, and move back behind this wall.
Specifically, whoop.
Alright, that brings us to Nomad.
Oh, this thing is barely standing. See what we can do with it. Oh, this is a saving throw? Okay.
That is potentially enough. Oh my god, it tries so hard, but unfortunately, it just doesn't. Yeah, you were able to crush the tiny little mote of intelligence that you find inside this thing, and it erupts. And a streak of white light flies over to Vasu.
I'm going to go fly my way over yonder. I'm heading to the body and like, if anyone could hear in his head, it's just my.
Seagulls from Finding Nemo.
Excellent.
Is he dead or unconscious?
He's unconscious, bleeding out.
Yeah. No man has to kill him. He has to die.
We could probably question him and then you could eat his brain.
No, too dangerous.
I agree.
Alright, that brings us to... has he used all of his... Oh, he has. Shit. Right, you got those out of him. Nordo's up.
I look down towards Varder from my position in the squeezing grasp of this four-armed titan. Is the robe still, like, shimmering?
It is not. It has gone back to being a normal dark blue robe.
Oh, okay, terrific.
We should
breathe
take
a sigh of
that.
relief.
Yeah, we should.
Absolutely, we should. And Nordo turns back towards this giant locust. And... what do I want to do? I'm gonna roll a decision-making roll here. Okay. The bloodlust and rage sort of starts to tamper down a little bit in Nordo's eyes. He looks towards Vasu, sort of absorbing the key from this thing. And he sort of centers himself and takes a deep breath. And I'm going to attempt to use my action to also sort of meditate on this thing and try to draw more key from it.
Okay. Give me a wisdom check at disadvantage.
Ooh boy.
Alright, you kind of do your best to feel out the key lines inside this thing. And you can definitely tell that there are some there. But the study of elemental key specifically is a branch of monk studies that Vasu has spent a lot more time in. You can tell that there's definitely something there. And you can almost feel yourself pulling one of these things free. However, as the black starts to creep out your fingertips and up your wrist and down your elbow and to your shoulder, you realize you're extracting it, but not safely. You're pulling it into yourself. I need a Constitution saving throw.
Terrific.
Or actually, I'm sorry. This is a Wisdom saving throw.
Okay, I'll keep the die roll. I should be fine then. It's a 18.
Okay. You suddenly feel this rage that starts to creep up normally it would creep up your spine to your neck, but you can almost feel it coming down your arm this time. Just this seething anger, this madness, this violence. But you're able to recognize that it's an external effect, and you start to kind of just shrug it off and focus and find your inner peace. And you are able to avoid the danger, and you do feel, as you kind of fight back against it, that all of the dark corruption pulls itself free from your body and back into the statue.
Nordo will sort of jerk his hand back after that and open his eyes that he was trying to meditate so hard on. And he'll look at Vasu being much more successful. Like, well, I guess I'll stay in my lane. And start. He pulls his axe back out and starts kind of swinging it around in circles, getting ready. I assume that took my action.
Yes.
I don't think I have a bonus action to use. Let me look. Yep, that's my turn.
Alright, excellent. That brings us back to the top of the round. Where Ace is the first act.
What is wrong?
I'm thinking. Does it look like we've all stopped attacking him and are just trying to be nice.
Nordo's gonna start swinging again immediately. He verbally says he's gonna start attacking again now.
Okay,
That's
sounds
what he
good.
says.
All right, pop out. Just actually move Bounder's Mark to him, and I'm just gonna let some arrows fly. I'm assuming he's not a humanoid.
Nope.
But is he holding Nordo?
He is holding Nordo.
So I have sneak attack, right?
Yeah.
He's
I mean,
a humanoid times 4 because he has 4 heads.
Moat's next to him too, and so is Elise. You got a bunch of people for Snake. 24 points of damage. 26 does hit. 24 again for 13.
All right. Because the shards are too close to him, I'm not going to try to darkness him. So I just guess I'll just pop back over here, and everything will be fine.
All right. That brings us to Flick.
Okay. It's time. Get a bite him. Do it.
Fuck him up.
Okay, let's see. What do I have? This is a plus 10 to whatever I roll here, so. 12, wow.
Well,
Way to go,
yeah, unfortunately no good. Not able to get through stone.
Okay, I'm just gonna go leave now.
This Allosaurus starts doing his best to try to chew through one of the stone legs of this statue. Not quite able to
There
get through.
seems to be a pattern with Flick and his polymorphs,
Right?
Right?
in which you should forget that spell forever. And then,
Probably.
Polymorph is a trap every time.
you're like, oh, look at this powerful T-Rex. Ah, shit, what's its 2-hit? I will fix that form for you, Flick, I promise.
I don't know
Just
how you're
make
gonna
fun.
do that. That's.
With magic items!
I already have too many.
Oh, well, mine will be
I
better.
say telepathically with my -4 int modifier.
We
So.
already established that T-Rex has left the chat.
Yep. Alright, I'm done.
Alright, Vasu.
Okay.
So do I pick all 4 people on one turn? for
Yeah,
that thing,
yeah, man, go for it.
Okay. Then as a free action, Vasu kind of breathes out, and as he does, these beams of light that went into him exit and shoot back out toward Moat, Nomad, Nordo, and Gale. You are all empowered. You get an extra action on your next turn that you can use to attack, dodge, or cast a cantrip, I believe.
Oh,
I'm gonna
cool.
start-
Correct.
I was going
Attack.
to be like, it was useless to me.
Who is this
Attack,
given
cantrip,
to?
or dodge.
That was Moat, Nordo, Nomad, and Gale?
Yep.
Excellent.
What has so many actions?
I have a lot of actions.
So you have hasted action and empowered action now.
Do I get the feeling that pumping another bit of key out of myself and into this to kind of balance that and purify this like I did last turn, do I get the feeling that doing that more would continue to help, or have I
There's-
kind of done all that I can?
Oh no,
so
there's
far?
definitely still corruption in there.
I'm gonna just use my action to try that again then.
Alright, give me another wisdom check.
Come on, 20.
Wring out every bit of juice you can get.
Alright, you can
The
focus.
elemental juice.
And you can feel this time that there's resistance, there's pressure fighting back against you. And it is holding on as best as it can to not release this darkness. But you're still able to reach in and extract 2 of these things. As these 2 are released, however, you hear a massive stone shattering noise. And this huge crack splinters down basically the middle of his back between his shoulder blades. And you all kind of have to jump back as this huge slab of marble falls free, crashes onto the ground behind him, and then just scatters into dust. The dust kind of turns this dark black and then twinkles a bit, kind of like the material that you saw inside of it when it was translucent earlier. There's now a huge missing chunk of this statue as it seems to be deteriorating rapidly.
Oh shit.
Really there.
Anything else, Vasu?
I don't know if I'm helping or not, you guys.
I like it. I feel great. Keep it up.
I feel interesting.
You're doing great.
All right, Nordo.
Okay, one question. Am I now close to one of these tainted keys?
Give me another luck check and go and do yours too, just to find out. Moat is 10 feet away from that one. This one is nowhere close to Nordo.
Very cool. Still in the grip of his arms, I feel the empowering elemental key that Vasu sent over to me. I said, that's more like it. And I will, from its grip, heave my axe over my head in both hands and start just swinging down into its arm. This will be reckless.
Woo! 21 is good for 17.
Good.
As that one hits, Nordo sort of tries to channel whatever combination of earth element he has absorbed from the Trask and has inside of him with Vasu's elemental energy, with this thing's elemental energy, and try to just sort of combine it all together to form this crystalline growth that starts to extend from him to this thing. And I will use...
Oh no.
for a total of 22.
No,
Can
god
we-
damn it.
Grapple something more than 2 sizes his size?
Oh shit, no, you're right.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah, it is a thing.
Yeah, there's a size
Okay.
limit.
Yeah, unless you have
Well,
like an
you
effect
know.
that ignores that.
I
He's
don't.
too
Cool
big to be
description,
grappled
but
by
it doesn't happen.
yeah.
So instead, we'll just keep swinging.
There was a feat that used to say you ignore that, but then they errated it. Errated?
Errata, yeah.
Errated. Errated.
Aerated.
Okay.
Erotica.
And
24 is good for another 15.
that's my first action. How far away is this one from me that is nowhere close to me?
About 15 feet over and
Is it
maybe
like where it goes there?
15 feet up. Yeah, it's about where it is on the map.
Oh, it's up from me?
Yeah, a little bit up from you.
Is this one down from me?
That one is eye level with you.
Okay, cool. In that case, I will use my second action to try to break this grapple. Boy, that's terrible.
Eh?
17.
Killing his death saves over there.
What is the escape on this? Oh, that's right. It was just an old-fashioned grapple. Hell no, you're not going anywhere. Also, what's
So that's
the
action.
what's the DC on your medicine, by the way?
The DC for closing my wounds is 17.
Perfect.
So that's action. That's empowered action for my bonus action. I will. Actually, this will be fun. Oh wait, I can't do that. I'm out of key points. Balls. I will just use my bonus action to attack again. Chomp right down on this mofo. And that's action, hasted action, bonus action. I don't have any movement because I'm grappled, so that's my turn.
20 does hit him currently. He seems to be growing slower and weaker. So that is 17 more points.
Terrific. That's it for me.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong. They do still get the automatic save on their turns, right? To close the wounds, it doesn't require a full action. That's what it says on the
That's
item
fine.
card.
Yep, that's correct. Nothing's changed. At the end of their turn, they can make a DC 17 con save to close all of their wounds.
Okay, so in that case, several things.
It is at the end of their turn, though.
Correct. Cool. So those were so 22 at the end of last turn, which means the wounds are closed now, which means this can finally happen. There's a cough. Varder lurches up. Spends 5 feet of movement to slip through the net. And then I think he's gonna fucking jump.
He's still
Actually get out of that
restrained
net.
by a net and by my vines.
He seems to almost liquefy as he pulls himself free of the net and the vines.
This motherfucker.
Does he have any reason to stay? No, that thing is already done. Freedom of movement is a fucking amazing spell. And it's not concentration.
It is.
I can't think of any reason for him to stick around.
There's a full fucking action to take it off because I'm pissed.
Nope, it's literally just 5 feet of movement. With that said, it's a 4th level spell.
Yeah.
No, he takes a running leap and starts to jump off. Vasu, he is within 10 feet of you. If you have reach, you can take an opportunity attack. I hate to say it, but it is the truth. No!
Thank
Vasu,
You can't freedom of movement out of Sentinel, bitch!
Vasu, stop it! He goes unconscious again.
And now we know his little secret.
God damn it!
This is why
You
I
take
wanted
the
to
head
kill
off.
him. no, I was like, this is why we killed the truth.
Oh, son of a bitch. Moat.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm
And I
going
punch
there
some
to
air at
do
him and I knock him out again.
Grapple is not disadvantaged on attacks, right? I just can't move.
Yep, correct.
Alright, cool. So, Moat's action, I'm going to attack the Locust. If it comes up, I don't think it will, but if it comes up, I'm going to try to do it non-lethally.
Alright, perfect. 19 does miss.
Okay, second attack.
Oh no!
Oh my god. Alright, for my hasted attack, I'm going to miss all of these.
Oh no!
Jesus. Okay, and then for the empowered, it says I can take the attack action. Is that just one attack, or do I get the 2 from bonus attack?
It is the full attack action.
Sick. I'm just gonna
Holy
miss twice
shit.
real quick. Okay, finally.
26 is good for 16.
Yeah, and here comes the smite. And then add 10 total damage to all that for Mantle.
Oh,
Holy.
And then last attack. No good.
thank God. Alright.
Alright, that's all 70 of my actions. For my bonus action, I'm going to send... Let's do 1 Firebird explosion at each of the little key boys.
Excellent.
Where is this macro?
One of them saves. One of
And
them
then add 5 to both of those.
Oh, right, the extra 5. Okay, so this one explodes. That one is still up with 1.
Alright, that's 70 actions, a bonus, and I don't have movement, so I am good.
Alright. There is a streak of orange that flies over to Vasu as one of them erupts, and that takes us over to Nomad, but before Nomad's turn, legendary action.
Your next attack must kill me in 1 hit, or I will kill that druid.
he kind of knows. Yeah, it's gotta be you. Alright, here we go. It's time to crit. It's time to crit. Go! Oh, it's on a
That
crit.
hits.
It wanted to crit. 24 points of damage on Nomad.
I'm not even at half health.
Damn it! Alright, Nomad's turn.
Yeah, I'm going over there. Just gonna fly down. Whoop. So, a question: does any damage give him 2 death saves, or just one save? One death save if it's like a.
Any critical hit, and an attack from here would be a critical hit. But if you do like a deck save, it's still just one save.
Okay, cool.
Like if you just literally kneel over and bite him in the throat, it'll put 2 death fails on him.
Can I just without a roll?
I mean, you still have to hit him. I have to break his AC, but it's
Yeah, I'm just checking the thing because
Does a creature have to be dead for you to eat its brain? I want to know.
No, it's
like
unconscious.
So like the rules as written monster mind flayer, they just have to be incapacitated, but that's busted as fuck. So
No, that's not me. Though.
yeah, the PC is a little different.
I'm just here we go. I was checking to see if I had an attack that worked.
Perfect. I figured with 2 monks in the party, you guys are gonna have no trouble incapacitating things.
Just be eating brains like it's
Here's
going
the
on
first
style.
one.
All right, yeah, 2 fails. He's fighting for
And
his
then
life,
the
kinda
empowered-
clawing his way to try to get away from Vasu, and you're just putting a
Yeah.
stop to that. Oh,
The empowered one.
yeah.
26.
These telekinetic blasts just kind of cave the side of his skull in. You leave the brain intact, of course, but you just shatter the side of his face in, and he goes limp. Like dead limp.
I like to
bleeding out
imagine.
limp.
I just freaking keep blasting the body until I see like I put my ear to it. Okay, it's not breathing anymore.
Oh, Varder, you tried. You tried your best.
But it wasn't good enough now, was it?
Rebound point saved of the day. This is all from being turned into a diamond turtle.
For real, like he just would have been gone. He would have been out.
Yeah, he would have floated off to
I would have
start the
caught up
fight.
to him.
Asu's fast as fuck.
That's true.
I could fly out to him. If I had identified the target, I have a sling that could chase him down through long range too. If I couldn't catch up to him in melee range
You would have
somehow.
still gotten away.
Yeah,
He's gonna-
I'm definitely glad that we
Ultimately.
stopped him here instead of me having to like chase him out over the fucking ocean or something. Like this is great. Don't get me wrong.
You were still gonna get away, but then you could have been feeble-minded out in the ocean.
That would have been great.
All right. Anything
Poor
else, Nomad?
Oh, that's my action and bonus action, and I moved.
All right.
Makes the dream work.
So first she's gonna take her free swing. For 21.
Oh, shit.
And then she's gonna cast a big ol' spell. What was that? 3rd level? Oh yeah. Oh, that's a bonus action? God damn it. Okay, she's not gonna cast a big spell. She's just gonna swing. 19 misses, unfortunately. Which brings us to Gale.
I'm gonna shoot the key thing first.
Thank you.
Alright, 16 is enough to pierce it, and that one bursts open.
So that was my Vasu action, and then with my main action, I'm just gonna shoot the tainted locust, I guess.
Excellent. Uh, 13, no good. 26. Oh, that was on the moat. That's right.
And then I'll run back to my hidey hole.
Good call.
Stay safe, friend.
At the end of your turn, the locust is going to fire one more at Nomad. God damn it.
Do what you must. I have already won.
Locust hasn't taken more damage, right?
No, not yet, I
No,
haven't.
I don't think so. 23 points of fire on Nomad. And then it's his actual turn. Oh my god. There's so much going on. He's lost so many of his toys.
Now I'm at below.
He's gonna try to stomp on Elise.
Oh,
Ow.
stop, please.
Oh, right, she was stunned this turn
I can
anyway.
block it this time.
Whoops.
I mean, I could block it, but I've already used my reaction.
Oh no!
He is going to smash Moat and Nordo together again because that was funny.
That was
Nordo
really funny.
Geesh.
Woo! And Moat. God, really
Holy shit.
successful on this smashing thing. And then the final fist is going to wheel around and try to hit Vasu.
Bring it. Bring it a little less.
22. And then, let's see, it's going to trigger an opportunity attack from Flick and stomp his way over next to
God
Ace.
fucking damn it!
Oh, thank God.
What's with the? Is that an attack?
Oh, no, Flick.
Amazing.
He does take 5 damage if he's still grappling me.
He does, yep.
Can Flick get? What do you call those rolls when you don't get to do anything?
Can he have rebound points for every turn he spends crowd
Can he
controlling
have
himself
rebound
as an Allosaurus?
Hey, I'm actually sorry. He takes another 5 for hitting me in
Oh,
melee
yeah, that's
range.
right. Yep, good call. Alright, top of the round. Ace, this thing is right up in your face and seems mad at you. Your first act.
Oh no! Don't be mad at my brother.
I'm going to take a note out of Mustard's book. Hello. Am I within his range?
Yes, for sure.
Well, since I'm a rogue, I'm going to bonus action disengage.
Wish you wouldn't.
Fuck yeah, run!
Bye-bye. One. Oh, I can't actually see where I'm at. I actually can't see the hexagons at all. Where am I at? Okay, well, 1, 2. I can't see the pillar. Can you like move him for just a second so I can see like what I'm moving around?
There you go.
Okay, so I'm technically in this spot. Okay. 1, 2. Okay, I'm just gonna go over here, and then I'm gonna shoot him, and then I'm gonna hide behind this wall. Actually, that's 5. I'm assuming I can't bonus action hide like right here.
I mean, if you went all the way around the corner, you could.
I think I have like maybe 2 more spaces of movement, so I wouldn't be able to like move.
Gotcha. Yeah, no.
So, all right, I'm just gonna bonus action. Just I don't know. Oh, I already bonus action anyways. Never mind. I disengaged. Is he still holding friends? Right? 'Cause
He
he
is,
did like the
Moat
you know
Nordo.
I'm a child and maybe they make action figures make out thing.
Uh, 27 hits for 22. And 23 for another 12.
And I'm going to aim at his head, and I'm just use my reaction. Does he still have those things in his chest?
So the shard has been pulled free, but he still has darkness that is centered around there that Basu's trying to extract, yeah.
Oh, so I shouldn't add more darkness, probably. All right, that's fine. And then I'm just gonna boop. And that's my turn.
Alright, that brings us to Flick.
You're being. I think he's gonna try and hit. Because he said BRB, I'm just gonna whiff my next attacks anyway.
Alright, we'll jump back to Flick when he gets back. Which brings us to Nordo, who is stunned.
Correct.
Weren't you also empowered?
No, I don't think so. I already used my empowered thing.
Oh no,
Unless we got another.
that doesn't go away. Who said
Doesn't
shit.
go away.
who said anything about that going
Holy
away?
Shit. My God.
Also, yeah.
Remove it.
Can I
Yes.
can I use a rebound point to bump my initiative to like 1?
Yeah, you can change it to any value between 1 and 30.
Okay, I'm gonna make my initiative 1.
Perfect. Alright, that brings us to Elise, who is also stunned. Varder, who is dead, and Nomad.
Rebound points do you get for being dead?
There are none for being dead, unfortunately. Wait, maybe, I forget.
Oh.
We'll figure out later.
Back on the next turn, how many rebound points? Like, each time directs you, right? Let's see. Nomad has to get closer, I think. Yeah, probably around here. He's gonna try one of these. Hello?
17 int.
Oh, he...
Woo!
Then one of these. It's a bonus action.
Wait, that's a bonus action? Oh, it's your
Empowered.
Your empowered
It's a
action.
free-
Right. Okay, yeah.
Hey!
Hell no.
Hey, good. Yes, like a plus 12 on int save.
Right? Alright, anything else?
No, movement action, bonus action.
Alright.
This is my action, my boss action.
Okay. He is going to come over this way, and he is going to basically kick out the door towards Ace.
Oh, you stop that! Get away from him!
Ace is doing too much damage.
Continue
Is
to
it-
do more.
How dark is it right now?
Outside, it's like midday.
That doesn't answer the question.
It's... wow, actually, it is kind of dark.
Can he
has
see
black
me?
sight.
It's got
Yeah,
dark
anything.
right in the
Yeah, spoiler alert, he's got true sight.
Yeah, we've established he can see everything.
I don't
But
like that
with
at
that said,
all.
it is really terrible out there. It is actually kind of awful to be on that ledge. There's like
Not for
hail
me.
coming
I have
down.
Arcturus to protect me.
Fair. Well, 25 points of damage, 25 to hit, 18 bludgeoning damage, and a con save.
Wait, he's hitting me?
He sure is.
Why? I don't like this at all.
What?
Been
Look, he has,
attacking
he has a big weapon and there's such a tiny hole. What is he like, just shoving it in there and just like
He's
trying to hit me?
Yeah, he basically.
He said he
even
kicks the door
described
out.
it in detail.
He kicks the door in. He's in the side.
Yeah, stone
Alright,
goes
well,
flying out as he kicks through.
This does in fact hit me.
Delightful. I've never been so pleased.
Oh,
It's like
I'm
a
glad
man
someone
walking
knows.
up to a mouse hole with steel-toed boots on and just
Right.
kicking the whole fucking wall in.
It's
All
pretty
right,
much
I need to make a
exactly
con
what's
save,
happening.
right?
Yeah.
Go well. We need a nat 20 to save, I think. Oh my God.
I did it.
You did
Now
it.
to see if
You're
I kept my
negative.
now to see if I kept my hunter's mark. I did
Yeah.
it.
So unfortunately, you saved on the
Come he
stun.
gets his sunset,
Which
and
means-
everyone else don't.
Right.
I kept my hunter's mark up. Yay!
I'm so proud of you.
Okay, then he is going to just chuck Moat and Nordo as hard as he can down towards the south. Let's see.
He could he could just throw them into the water. I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
You know-
That's actually not a terrible idea.
It's too late. You've already said that there's throwing things to the south.
Oh, you should have thought of that. That would be way smarter. Okay, so instead. Okay.
Oh! In the first Ice Age movie, Sid the sloth throws that watermelon right into the ground.
That's what you're about to witness.
You guys ever
No, you'll be fine.
You guys
Just
ever-
feather fall.
thrown a turtle as hard as you can at the asphalt?
Can you feather fall if you're being thrown?
Don't see why not.
Like as a monk, can you just like slow fall if someone throws you?
Definitely can't slow fall while I'm incapacitated. I know that.
That's for sure.
Mana, I can't save anyone.
It's fine. I'm raging. It'll be fine.
Okay, so Moat and Nordo. 32 points of bludgeoning damage, and you can do a dex save for half as you are thrown over this way and slam against the wall.
Do I like autofill dex saves while I'm stunned or anything?
Ooh, good question.
Also, does danger sense apply to this?
Yeah, it would.
Terrific. The effect you can
Stunned.
see, such as a wall barreling towards you.
You do automatically fail dex saves, yes.
Great.
And then, what is his movement? Oh, he's a
Don't-
fast boy.
Don't worry, you failed with advantage though.
And then he's going to come barreling over and just basically try to punt Nomad.
Well, this is gonna suck.
He does take 5 damage for me as he touches me or
Oh,
throws
yeah.
me or whatever.
Oh, thank God he finally got rid of that.
So take 8 of that.
Yes.
And con save, yeah.
Yep, and a con save, Nomad.
Oh
Ooh,
no!
Alright, Nomad's done. Alright,
Giant
that brings us to Vasu.
curl around it.
Can I make like a monk check to determine if the things I've been doing the last couple of turns with the key and whatnot, has that, like, I get the sense that it's been weakening him and drawing some of that dark energy out of him and into the form of those things, but is it actually, like, helping him or making him less violent at all, or is it just doing that?
Give me a wisdom check to just, or an insight check. Either one would be okay. I guess an
Okay.
insight check is a wisdom check, just with bonuses.
Yeah.
You get the sense that what is happening is kind of similar to what you did on these statues earlier. You are pulling the good, healthy elements of this thing out, which is leaving the corrupted bits behind. You get the sense that you are basically evacuating. You're getting the good shit out before it is consumed, and storing it
Good.
somewhere else for safekeeping.
Gotcha. Okay, and with a 14, do I get any sense of how much good is left in this locus? Or is it all bad?
You get the sense that there's still a little good going on there. Most of that is just kind of a gut feeling and also a visual tell, because there are parts of the statue that are still kind of this clean elemental energy rather than the corrupted black streaks and whatnot.
But it's been a real asshole and hasn't been working with us at all over this whole encounter, so Vasu's gonna stand up, brush himself up, probably spit out a bit of blood, and then some of the energy he's taken in over the last turn is going to shoot back out toward Elise, and the rest of it is going to circle around himself,
Hell
He's just-
yes.
and then I'm just gonna fly up on this guy, and I'm just gonna beat the shit out of him.
Perfect.
Had your chance to do this nicely. I am
woo!
through with games.
Woo!
Who's gonna fly out and give me advantage on the second one if I can say that? It's probably too late, but I
Yeah,
really
you
wanna
already
crit
rolled
him.
it. First one
One more
does hit though
attacks.
for 14.
This is the bonus action. I'm gonna actually I'm gonna do my Vasu action first to see if I need to flurry. So this is 2 more spears.
Oh.
Oh, also, since I did have to fly up to him, I think he's ignited too. I gotta reread that spear thing.
Yes, that's correct. However, it doesn't matter. Because as you jam the spear in, right between the eyes of one of his remaining foreheads, there is just a gout of black powder, and two final motes free themselves as the rest of the statue is reduced to powder.
Right. Vasu is going to use whatever movements. I've got enough movement to at least get over to this one, and I'm going to flurry and continue to kick the shit out of these things.
Hell yeah, fuck it up.
Kick.
That's good, but it's still up. That's enough to
Kick.
burst that one.
Awesome. That's my turn.
Because it is still your turn, you do see. Let's see which one would you got that one. What the fuck? What am I missing? Oh, right, the Allosaur. Right, of course, of course. I'm like, why are there two left? Okay, perfect.
Fight within key. If if Neo is back. Neo, you okay? Do you need some tea? I'm stunned. Do we have to kill the tainted key stuff? I think we do.
I think we should. I'm getting things for it.
The remaining
Just
good
saying.
bits. Oh, yeah, you have to store them inside you, I think, or they'll be lost.
It's still your turn, so you can still do that.
Cool. Then, as Vasu kicks this corrupted bit of key into bits, he snaps his fingers and shoots a blue streak of energy over toward Flick.
Sick. Alright. Sure enough, as you look down, you can see that all of this powder has kind of started to pile in on itself, and is starting almost like an enormous ooze to form these large kind of pseudopods, and it starts to creep over towards the stunned nomad.
Oh no, there's still things.
God, there's another phase of this boss fight? Oh lord.
Not done with me yet, are we?
I just know how much everyone loves phased boss fights.
Love phased boss fights. I don't know if that's sarcasm, but I fucking love them.
Right? I love them too. Gale notoriously hates phased boss fights.
I have caveats for my enjoyment of phased boss fights.
This
That's
is giving
fair.
me flashbacks to like everyone's arc in Zeke's campaign, where like every time we killed someone, it's like now it's a giant ooze monster.
Oh yeah,
I like boss fights that come in phases like this, where it's just one after another.
Yeah.
I do not like boss fights that don't feel like they're going to be a phased boss fight,
Right.
and I get a chance to hit the boss between phases with a third level spell, and I do, and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of boss fights that I don't like.
Giannis was
But I just
terrible, and I
don't like
apologize.
Giannis.
I made a huge
You know
mistake.
Giannis is my least favorite person in the world.
Giannis is the scar on my
Fictional
DMing
or
record.
non-fictional character. You wrote him very well. Thank you for making such an asshole.
Anyway,
Large or
Gale's up.
huge?
This thing is huge.
Gotcha. Oh no, hold on.
Looks like
Neo.
Flick. Yeah.
Gale.
Oh shit! It's my turn. Sorry.
It's you. You're up.
Okay.
Well, let's run over and deal with this thing.
Holy fuck.
Double crit.
That is a double crit. Holy shit.
Ooh.
23 and 22.
Oh, I was going
Nice.
for the key thing.
Oh, gotcha. Then the first one is enough to burst it easily.
Bitch. Also, I'm real hurt.
Can confirm. I have 2 hit points.
I think Toto has the most health.
I look really good, and like that warding bod probably killed Gale somewhere.
Oh, well.
Marriage kills.
I
Does.
give myself 3 hit points.
Alright. That brings us back to the top. When Flick gets
That's
back,
fine.
he gets a free turn.
I'd like to spend the rebound point to go 30.
Good
I
call.
didn't go that last round.
Did you not?
No.
Go ahead and take a turn then.
Did I get a thing from that last one?
You did. It's a streak of light.
I've
Okay.
tagged everybody already though, except Ace. Yeah. Spoilers.
What about me?
No, shh.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Nothing.
I'm too far away. It's probably fine. I'm over here. It's hailing. I'm fine.
Haste doubles your speed, right?
Also, Nordo, you
It
probably
does.
didn't need to use your thing because you were already 22 at the top of the round.
What? I didn't even look. I just
Yeah, you were
assumed.
already at the top of the round.
Okay, well, I'll save the rebound point. Look. Like, so that we can see the initiative first. I just assumed before it was even rolled that I was going to have like 5, like I always do.
I will stand up for half my movement, and then since I'm hasted, I will run up here, and I'm going to try to swing on this thing.
Uh, 28 is good for 15.
Right, second attack. Terrible. Hasted attack.
21 is also good for 15.
And empowered.
I'm going to put a smite to that last attack, though, so 1 sec.
It is still, yeah, it's still ignited.
It takes an extra to... Hold on, we'll do this at the end. Alright, and then empowered attacks.
Vasu actions.
Vasu actions.
The attack.
And then I'm going to do another... I'm assuming the 21 hits.
It does, yep.
Okay, another smite into that. And then my last Vasu action.
Jesus Christ.
And
Mo.
another smite. And then I'm going to go ahead and figure out how much damage he takes from Mantle, because it's a lot.
Yo, you have 3 actions a turn.
Okay, so he takes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 fire damage from Mantle.
Holy Christ. Okay, excellent. And then that brings us over to Nordo.
Okay. Well, Nordo will stand up from the ground, sort of taking a great effort to do so.
Hey, teacher.
Uh-huh.
The locust ooze isn't on the initiative.
Oh, good call,
I
thank
hate
you.
to be the one to say it.
If it goes before me, I'll... Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
We're good.
Nordo heaves himself back up onto his feet, breathing heavily, horribly wounded, and just sort of stumbles up with Moat. Sort of wipes the blood from the corner of his face. And then we'll just let out a battle cry and begin swinging. Recklessly, of course.
Eight points.
I have no idea if he's immune to this, but this happens.
He is immune.
Cool. Second attack of my Vasu action. Regular action. That's action. That's Basu action. I will use my bonus action to do a bite attack.
God damn.
Yeah, Nordo just like on the edge of death, just wailing on this guy, but that's the end of his turn.
As Moat and Nordo start to run up and attack this thing, you guys can all see that there are these massive bubbles starting to form all over the surface of it. And as the surface of these bubbles gets thinner and thinner, you can see that there's just swirling powder inside the silvery color, threatening to burst. Brings us over to Ace.
Question.
Uh-huh.
So I Hunter's marked the thing before it transformed. Is it still Hunter's marked, or do I have to recast Hunter's or mark onto it?
It's still the same thing. It's marked.
Perfect. All right, I'm gonna take the bonus action to hide. Also, are you sure we didn't level up before this? Because, all right, because it's like more than halfway through the game now. And you said halfway through. I'm assuming that's probably pretty good. No, popping out.
Yeah, you're able to catch it off guard.
Hiya. Is he a humanoid now?
Nope. Sure isn't. Holy Christ. 31 points. Uh, 12 more.
Go like everyone else.
Alright,
At the end of Ace's turn, I'd like to spend a rebound point to do an attack action.
go for it. $24 for 14. And then another 9.
I should
Excellent.
have 6.
Oh, right, that's a thing.
Affirmative.
God damn
That's
it.
it.
Alright, let's Flick. Flick will stockpile some more actions for if he gets back. Mo.
Alright, round 2. Moat's action. Oh no.
Oh my god, it missed. 20 just hits for 14.
19 with mantle, and I'm unfortunately out of mana. Hasted action for 20 total damage, and then Vasu action. So 22.
Oh, thank god. Alright. That brings us...
Sorry,
Okay.
that's it.
Okay, cool. That brings us to Vasu.
Vasu attack. And I ignite him again. Takes 2d10 of fire damage, right? That's how this works.
Totally.
Fire stacks.
Definitely.
14 probably doesn't hit though.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I'm gonna have Shu fly out for advantage on this spear. 20.
Ooh, that'll do it. 13.
And a con save.
Let me get a con save.
Let me get a con save! Cause I still have key, you ignorant motherfucker!
Can you give us a worse con save?
Can you
Can't.
give me a worse con
I'm
save?
afraid not.
Okay.
But like he was so committed to like how he act. Like, come on, that was like preacher style.
Vasu action, I attack again. Ooh.
Oh,
I
boy.
wish that one would crit.
Right?
Wish he
Well,
was stunned. Why wasn't he stunned?
It's a damn
He
shame.
should really be he should really be stunned. I'm gonna need another con save.
I need another con save.
Let me get another con. God damn it! What is he rolling on these?
12 by rolling a 2. So it's a plus 10, man.
Veve. Alright, I'm just gonna attack with steer again.
Sure.
Don't like that Varder's still in the initiative.
Holy Christ. Another 14. 17 does miss.
Okay, that's my turn.
Alright.
Varder just Darth Vader with an R.
That's how I read it at first.
Vader.
Nomad, you're up.
I am stunned.
Oh, you're stunned. Thank God.
Give me them rebound points. I've never had them before, Feck. What can I do?
Honest. Here, I'll post the link.
Thank you.
Alright, Gale's up.
The most important thing about rebound points is that they never go away, so you can save it to like next week if you want.
Cool. I'll just keep those icons on me, those tokens on me.
Oh, the crit. Crit's good for 20.
Also smite.
Oh my God.
That's why.
The
Paladin
surface of this thing
husbands.
continues to bubble and boil. It looks like it's getting ready to erupt. Gale comes in cleaving, chops down a huge chunk of it.
Nice. Look at those 666s.
Uh, 22 is good for another 12.
That's me.
Alright. Elise is stunned. Oh my God.
Oh no.
I get to turn.
Rebound.
Rebound points for these.
Northwest
That's
5.
Turn.
You have 5 rebound points. Moat
That's
has
my rate.
6. Oh, okay.
I have
Yeah, it's my
0.
mantle.
Oh, gotcha. RP.
I don't think I've ever had rebound points. I feel like I'm missing out. Can you come stun me, please?
This is the first time I've had
Are you
like
playing
rebound.
outside of an Italian restaurant again?
It's his favorite spot to play.
It's just in a bistro outside of Florence every Wednesday night.
Nice glass of Cabernet.
Mm.
That sounds
For
so
sure.
good.
Alright. Well, here we are. Brace yourselves. As this thing bubbles and froths, it suddenly collects all of its self into one large, churning, swelling bubble at its center, and then forcefully it erupts, releasing this silvery powder into the air in a 30-foot radius around itself, which I think is going to hit everyone except for Flick. Oh, actually, Flick might be caught in it too. Yeah, Flick's caught in it too. Everyone except for Ace. I need a Constitution saving throw.
We're all petrified.
I got this, guys. Maybe. Ooh, moat.
You're looking for a 15. On a failed saving throw, you take 50 points of necrotic damage, and if you are concentrating on any spell, that concentration is broken.
Oh,
On a
50?
success, you take 25 points of necrotic damage, but you don't lose your concentration, or at least not automatically.
Is it
oh,
is it
I-
12 if you have resistance?
Yes.
I made my save. So how much damage do I take?
25 necrotic.
I am unconscious.
Same.
This warning bot is
Same.
definitely going to kill Gale.
I didn't even roll because I had 2 hit points. Hey, Gale made it.
He takes another 12 from mine, though.
That's bad news.
Yeah, I do. That takes me out.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry, because that also... I shouldn't have gotten close, but I thought this fight was almost done.
When the haste ends, I'm stunned, right?
The null elemental
got
takes
ugly.
1 fire damage.
At least it's the only one who can save us now.
Did she not die?
She has 8 health.
Oh, thank God, Jesus. Boy, that was nearly ugly.
Her heal can save us, possibly.
Sure hope she has mana.
I sure hope she has mana.
Um,
She's gonna max heal us too because we're all down.
It's gonna be one of her biggest heals ever. Okay, that brings us to the top of the round. Have we heard from Flick yet? No, not yet.
Con save from
And I
element.
think like
Oh, right, to
Check
heal off the wound. What was that?
Also, it took 1 fire damage.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Wounds are clear.
That's really bad that it can just do that much damage like that, guys.
Very bad.
It's not
So-
great.
It's not even like an element. I can't resist that damage. I'm scared. I'm
It's
also dying.
it's okay, we're all dying.
That's a lot of unconscious people. At the top of the new round, Elise is going to opt to use a rebound point to go first.
Bless her
Yay!
heart.
God bless her.
Oh, thank goodness she has RP.
Hey, you want to know something real fun?
What's that?
Warding bond doesn't end.
Yeah, I was just reading out.
Oh,
It just
that's
keeps going.
Terrible.
Yeah.
He'll start saying death saves every time Moat takes damage.
Holy
Sure
shit.
do.
That's real bad.
Yeah, there's no way to end it other than a dispel or wait for the time to run out.
Oh god, this thing rolled real low again. You guys are lucky. Okay. Elise is gonna do a mass cure wound. Several people are gonna get max heals automatically from this.
Almost all of us.
Yeah, almost all of you actually. So 27 points to Vasu, Nomad, Nordo, and Gale.
Also, Gil, that's not true. Warding bond ends when you drop to 0.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it does. The spell ends if you drop to 0
Y'all
hit
have to
points.
keep reading the fine print.
And then 13
Also-
points to herself and to Moat. And
Sorry,
then
what was it to me?
Oh.
16?
13.
13, thank you.
And then she's gonna run the fuck away.
Yeah, good idea. Keep.
Going to.
That's the Vasu action.
Oh,
As
right,
my
she's got
eyes
Vasu action.
blink. Feel my deep connection to sweet Yule. It's been to his time.
Good call.
Patch up Elise and live.
I forgot she does still have the spiritual weapon out, so here's this. And then she can take a swing, so she'll do that too. Get a Vasu action on. Those both hit for another 17 points, and then she's gonna get the fuck out.
I would like to use a Vasu action. Sorry, one of my RP.
Alright.
Give me 30. You got me doing it on initiative.
Alright.
I don't like going this late. I keep going really late this fight, so I'm just gonna do it, and I'm gonna do 2 of these as an action and as a Vasu action. Which one of these is an attack? Let me check real quick. Ah, yeah, it's this one.
Oh no. 25 is good though for 3 points of force.
Yeah, that's all.
Alright. Anything else?
That's me.
Alright, you can see this thing continuing to swell and rise again. Flick is up. Still not back.
Oh.
When he gets back, he's got like 4 stockpiled actions. Nordo's up.
Alright, Nordo once again heaves himself back up to his feet. It says something like, "Why don't you just fucking die?"
Real quick, I don't think Flick is coming back. He has to do something or we will die.
That's a good point. And has nobody's heard from him?
No, he just left, and I don't know. He's in your house, Feck. You
I
can-
don't know. I suppose I could. Alright. Flick is gonna run over and
He
take...
did say he was going to attack a few times, so yeah, just let him do that.
Alright, here we go. Here's a bunch of attacks. Let me go find the Allosaur. I think it's plus 10, he said.
It's a T-Rex. He's just flavoring it as an Allosaur.
Excellent. Okay, so these are... oh, God.
Cool.
Oh my God.
21.
All 4 of
Now
those
he
hit.
rolls
Holy
good.
shit. That's decent damage too. So out of nowhere, the 19 does miss actually, but the 21, 22, and 26 all hit for a grand total of 87 points of damage. As dinosaur flick just starts ripping and tearing his way through this thing, covered in this silvery powder. Then it's Nordo's up.
Okay. I will attack recklessly. Why is this not working? Roll 20 is killing me.
Oh no, 15's no good. That is though for 14.
Lasso action.
Another 2 attacks.
25's good for 9.
How many wounds?
18 misses though.
So he's got 2 wounds, bonus action bite.
Chomp.
16.
Boy.
Ah,
Terrible, terrible rolls. Okay, that is Nordo's turn.
Alright, Varder continues to be really actually dead. Gale's up.
But you keep saying that.
Woo! 2 solid hits for 35 points of damage.
I hate how you keep saying actually dead. It makes me think he's not actually dead.
25 for another 12 from Toto.
Vasu
Please
action too.
die.
Oh yeah.
Take about another 9.
Nice.
Yeah, does Gale have boss action?
He does.
Everybody should by now.
I don't.
I think it's gotten around to me to pass it to you again yet, but you'll have it this turn for your next turn.
That's all I ask. Thank you.
Another solid hit for 12. Alright, that brings us to Vasu, I think?
At the end of Gale's turn, I would like to use a rebound point to attack.
Alright, fire away.
Full attack action.
Oh, there we go.
Two more wounds.
I want that kill for that sweet 10 page.
Alright,
It's okay.
Vasu.
Alright, first I snap my fingers and I shoot that streak of energy. I hope I can do it.
It
like,
can,
through
it
this
kind of
wall
goes
or
around the
hole
corner,
that okay.
It's special magic.
Yeah, the hole that the locust kicked in it earlier, and then Ace gets the Vasu energy, and I'm just gonna try to kick the shit out of this thing.
Alright. Oh no.
Oh,
Thank God.
so many attacks, you fool! Shoe's gonna fly out for
Almost.
advantage on this one.
The odds of it getting back around to you, Nordo, are so small.
I just needed to get to him so he bleeds to death.
Oh, right,
But
right.
it's my story arc!
That's fine, I'm just kidding.
And that's with that second swing. As this thing is coming up on the verge of another eruption, Vasu carves through with the sun flare and strikes halfway between this thing, and it is twain into. Cut in twain? I don't know how to use the word twain, guys. It's just a cool word.
Can I just say I
Just
was
don't
the
use it.
biggest cock tease for him right before he killed him to be like, yeah, Ace, now you can attack twice finally.
I know, I'm so
Actually,
sorry.
I killed him.
We don't know how long that lasts. It might not just be for this boss battle.
It's definitely
forever.
gonna be. Just for
Maybe
this
it's
boss.
forever.
If it's
Just have
forever.
Vasu actions now.
Just
If we stay
rebalance
here,
the pain around 2 actions a turn.
Okay, you're the locust now. Do something.
As this
Do
thing
I
erupts
feel
into a-
anything?
into a fine mist, everything starts to go quiet for a moment, but then you do, in fact, start to feel something.
phase 3.
Phase
What?
3.
While he's feeling
Oh,
something,
please.
while he's feeling something, can I run over here and steal this robe?
Absolutely.
Flicky,
Hi,
Time to see
Flick,
us do that. I'm
you're back.
literally decapitated.
you're
back.
alive.
You're back
You
and you
saved
also-
our asses by attacking 4 times.
You did a fuckload of damage as a dinosaur.
Yeah.
We were all about to die, so thank
You
you.
literally saved our lives. Probably not joking.
Yeah.
You probably actually saved us all from dying.
Oh, he definitely did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this thing
I
is
had
gonna
2
blow up
attacks
again.
and a bonus action
For the record-
left, guys. Don't come.
You can't deal
That one
87
bonus
damage.
action
I
could have
I
dealt-
don't trust
I
that.
was gonna say you and Ace would have had to do 87 more damage to stop him from doing another eruption.
I don't know
I
that I
could have
couldn't
done.
do that.
I could have done that.
Especially with Ace, yeah. Like
All right, let's
Ace
see
is
it. He gave me
definitely
4
more
attacks.
likely to do that sort of shit to me.
Okay, let's see it. Let's see it.
And
Throw
I
out-
am,
Chase the
yeah.
rabbit. Throw out those numbers.
I can see Ace doing it.
I will chase these numbers. So I would have hit first.
Of course, of course.
Who hits from Vasu? Another
Been
two.
all my
Ooh.
damage. For all the good it did.
Let's see what Ace would have gotten. It's also 4. Yeah, we would have died. We would have died.
Oh no.
Yeah,
I
we
hope
would
I-
have
I tried, guys.
literally saved our lives.
Thank you, Flick.
Yep,
went
I'm
out.
glad my
We would have been fine.
shining moment I wasn't here.
I know. I
I'm
feel
sorry.
so bad.
No, it's my fault.
That's my fault. I'm like, I don't think he's coming back. If he doesn't do anything now, we will die.
No, it's good. It's good that we didn't die.
Yeah, thank
Glad
you
we
for
didn't die.
teachering that.
Yeah.
But also, if I hadn't said teacher, the big scary null elemental isn't on the initiative, he might have just not noticed for like 3 turns.
I know,
you
but that would have been like not fair, right?
That was.
I
that
teacher
was quite-
teacher both enemies and friends.
I know.
True neutral.
I am going to use my actual Vasu action before things go quiet and we get off initiative. I'm just gonna like gust all of the like powder from this thing away into hopefully enough of a distance apart from itself that it won't be able to reform into a horribly terrifying and dangerous ooze again.
Yeah, I
Good
collect
call.
some of that in the test tube.
Absolutely.
And I'm gonna investigate the guy's body,
All
but I
right.
can wait. And if you saw you had something that Vasu was gonna do. I can wait till
Yeah.
after that.
Vasu, as you start to
Feel
kind of push this stuff off to the side, you can feel this almost cleansing sensation. There's just a heaviness when you are near this or breathing it that lingers, especially after that eruption. And it isn't until you are able to kind of clear things away that you start to hear this voice and feel this power that kind of resonates, not just within you, but within this entire chamber. Almost as if something is speaking through you and through the temple and through all of your friends that have been empowered. And then you start to hear an actual audible voice, and so too do everybody else who speaks Primordial, although you are probably the most in tune with it. But those of you that speak Primordial do also hear this voice that just kind of resonates throughout the chamber.
Wait. Do we hear the voice even if we don't speak primordial, or they're just like, they don't know what I'm saying, I'm not going to talk to them?
It's kind of a weird sensation. Primordial is kind of a natural sounding language. Like Primordial sounds like rumbling earth or blowing wind or bubbling water. So those of you that don't speak Primordial, it kind of just sounds like, the sound of the storm outside or the sound of rumbling earth.
Can I translate it while hearing it for everyone else?
Yeah, you're able to translate it for everybody else. Yeah, what's up, Vasu?
Okay, I feel like I should just clarify this before we go on too much, and I think we've also might have talked about it earlier. I don't have Primordial on my list of languages, but I have Orin. I think
Yes.
like all of the different
Yeah, it counts.
dialects of
It
the
counts.
elemental were kind of the same, right?
Yep.
The same enough that I would understand it at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like Southern versus like New England versus maybe like old, like Shakespearean English.
Different dialects of the same language. Let's see. How does he open this motherfucker?
If that's dialect, here's the thing: like the Philippines has hundreds of dialects. I can only understand one.
That's fair.
Well, that's a little bit different. I think the Philippines are special because they're like 1,000 dialects.
He speaks very slowly and clearly, like people do when they're speaking to somebody that doesn't fully understand the language. With that said, he probably is actually using Orin, which means Vasu probably understands it the most clearly out of all of you.
I speak Orin.
You do speak Orin and not Aryan. I forgot that was a thing.
God, I forgot about that.
I speak white, okay?
But this voice just eventually says, "You've done well to save me from whatever that poison was. These tainted Kijini that you hold within you, they're just molecules of a cell, pieces of what I was, an unborn locust. And that locust itself was only one cell of the organism that it once was, the planet's prime locust. There are many throughout the world, but they were once all one. What do you intend to do?
What, like me personally?
Uh, yes. I am tethered to you and to your companions. My fate, whether I like it or not, is now intertwined with yours, and I would like to know how you plan to proceed. Should I resist this? Should I try to strike you down and free myself, or are you my captor or my ally, is what I'm asking.
I'd like to think that we're allies. Seek balance. I know it's a tightrope to walk and that the elements don't really get along, but I want balance for the world, even if it's a hard course. Better in the long run is better than tough right now. And I, geez, I don't know. You're putting me on the spot, pal.
No, in this I believe we are unified. I too seek to restore balance. It has been a very long time. If I may, what do your people call the year?
Advasu would definitely know what year it was. I do not, off the top of my head. 699.
Hmm.
69.9.
Very important distinction. I like to think that there's, like, at the turn of the decade, a big movement of people that refused to call it 690 whatever and started calling it 69.1, 69.2.
Yep.
It's all 14-year-olds, just like you. Anyway, no, that's not good.
Speaking of years and time, I don't mean to, sound rude or anything, but where the fuck did this tower come from, and you and all these other elemental statues in it? Like, you're pretty close to home, and you worried a lot of my folk. How long has this been here?
As far as I know, a few rotations of the sun. Not very long, but I have just risen from a slumber. I can tell you what I remember, but I don't know the truth of it all. The last time that we were truly ourselves, the prime locus, your kind called the year 2550 or 60 or 70 or something like that. It's all sort of a blur. The skies were clear, our rain was sweet, the land was fertile, our seas were abundant. It is not scarred and poisoned like it is now. And we were entering a phase of great pain, but those happen regularly. These periods of destruction and suffering that last a few years, a long time for your kind, but a blink of an eye for us. Regular, normal. But this time, the last time that I remembered, it was different. Shortly after the pain began, our lair, where you now stand, was invaded. They burned and tore and wrecked their way to the core where you now stand, where they found us, me, and they pled with me to destroy the world, and myself, so that it could be reborn without pain. The pain I'd grown accustomed to, but your kind had not. A blank slate, they called it. And when I didn't comply, they sundered me. The lands were shattered, the seas were torn, the skies thundered, and for thousands of years I lay sundered. Yeah, you all hear it, and those of you that don't understand Primordial, Nomad is translating for you.
Gotcha. I'm translating Vasu as well.
Perfect. In some places of the world, my pieces have reconvened. They've formed greater elementals, prime elementals, and in some remote corners, even loci. Loci? I've never known how to pronounce it. Do you know? You should know.
Neither. Should I? Sorry, I don't. This is the first time I've ever met a locust in person.
Well,
Taller than I thought you'd be.
Thank you. I'm
I mean,
sorry
you were taller.
it has to be under these circumstances, but it is what it is.
No, I'm glad I could help you out, and also that you didn't kill all of us.
Unfortunately, I don't think your work is done. Within the seas of this region, there is an order, a blue order of your kind, that has ensured the balance is never reestablished. Guided by the hand of this
Oh,
order,
you don't mean my kind. You mean like mortal kind, right?
mortal kind, yes.
These
Although
people from
there,
Eisenmar doing this?
I reckon he means this kind, and Nordo holds up the head of murder.
yes, those kind.
Yeah, those guys. We've met them.
Guided by the hand of that order and those kind, the Raikou and Ryujin have deceived the Phoenix and the Tarask. They joined forces and banished the Tarask to the astral plane, the plane of nothing and certainly no land, where it would find no place to make its domain, no earth to settle in. Outnumbering the Phoenix, they then defeated it and cast it in unholy ice, limiting its ability to be reborn. And so for hundreds of years, water and wind have dominated these lands. And then I awoke. I can't say for sure how long it's been, only a blink of an eye, a few days at most. Nor can I say how it happened, but I have felt it. Something has caused the Tarasks to be returned to our plane.
I just kind of point to Nordo.
Yeah, by the way, Nordo, as he starts talking about the Trask, is kind of like pacing beside this Trask statue and kind of running his hand on it. He looks that way. So we might know something about that.
Oh,
Found that Phoenix earlier too. He was definitely still frozen.
well, whether...
If you need it back or whatever, I don't have it no more. I took the heart out of the chest and it sucked up some blood, gave me some weird powers I didn't know about, but the heart's gone, I'm afraid.
Well, elemental powers are never destroyed. They only move to new shells and vessels. For the time being, you might harbor its power. Whether by fate or fortune, I don't know, but I have felt its return, and so too have the gods. And since the return of the Tarask, the forces of the Raikou and region have been hard at work ensuring that their dominance goes unquestioned. They've hunted the slivers of this reborn Tarask, and if you have one now, then I don't doubt that they will hunt you as well, just as they've hunted the slivers of the reborn Phoenix. Worse still, it seems that they've developed a poison, a cancer, to end this land and return it to the sea once and for all. I don't know why they aim to destroy the land, but I feel where they work. There's a trench deep in my seas to the east. If I must go with you, then I will aid you. But I
Is it
heard
the
you.
Devil's something trench?
I don't know what your kind calls it, but possibly.
Housefly trench.
The guy are wanting to kill us.
It sounds like our goals are similar. I don't have much choice in the matter to begin with, but I believe that I would be aided by serving you, by empowering you. If you'll allow me, I can strengthen the connections that you have with me and with each other, the power that you have already within yourselves.
Can I insight this? All of this?
Don't
Sure.
be silly. We're happy to have you along.
No, we're good.
You shut up.
My job.
Ace, you don't detect any malicious intent or deception. This force, whatever it is, it seems to speak very plainly. It doesn't feel like it's unintelligent. It just doesn't seem like it really has the capacity to be sly or clever. That's not what it is or how it behaved. It seems very, very
I guess I'm
straightforward.
more looking for it. Does it seem like he's holding back information?
If he is, it's not intentional. It's just things that he doesn't think are important.
Gotcha.
All right, I have several questions.
I might be able to answer some of them.
The first one, I certainly hope you can. We normally don't take anybody into our crew or traveling companionship without knowing their name, so let's start there. You do have one of those, right? I don't want to just call you Locus all the time. Seems disrespectful.
Most people have simply called me Locus, although I have been given many names by many of your order over the thousands of years.
Did you have anyone you liked in particular?
Some have served me well, and others have served me adequately. Shit, hang on a second. I have a note for this. Wait for it. Wait for it!
Captain Planet.
I can't wait. No, it's Captain
It's not
Sure,
Captain.
Lynn, that's it.
I veto it. This is my story arc. I veto the Locust being named Captain fucking Planet.
How do we override Vasu's veto? Is it like a 60% majority?
The most recent name that I was given was Beryl.
Barrel, like
Like the big evil queen from Sailor Moon?
Like the
sounds familiar.
Yeah, Beryl.
the blood within
Out
my
loud,
veins.
I'm just thinking it.
Oh, you have Beryl for blood?
Well,
That's a nice name.
I have many things for blood,
Oh,
but
we're
ultimately
rich.
that name was chosen for me, and if you choose another, it doesn't affect me that much.
Go with that for
Capitan
now.
Mundo.
Stop it.
No, we have enough captains around here. No more captains.
Yeah.
Fine.
We only have one captain?
Commander.
We
plan.
have 2 captains and an admiral.
And a
Yeah,
Commodore.
I thought it was Commodore, Admiral, Captain. Are they both?
Oh, I don't
Oh,
know.
no, then
I
I'm-
guess I stopped paying attention after a while.
I don't know who has what title anymore. We talk too much.
We do talk too much. I'm the Commodore, though. Don't forget it.
Oh, sure. Uh-huh.
So what were you saying about giving us all more power or something? Or just still like running his hand on the Terra statue?
Come close.
To who?
All of us?
Each other.
We are already close to each other.
We gotta like hold hands.
It's not necessary, but you can if you like.
I hold Ace's hand.
I look up and smile at Nomad and give him a very affirmative nod.
I hold Boat's hand.
I kiss him.
Your husband is right next to you. Wow.
You could have
You
multiple.
just got married today.
But no, but I will put my hand on his shell.
I'm
I
not.
hold my own hand.
I refuse to touch anybody.
You're a dinosaur right now.
I probably
Do you
dropped
even-
being a
do you
dinosaur when
even-
it died.
That's fair. You didn't die. at
I
least.
doubt it.
Somebody reach up and hold Flick's tiny hand.
I can't
Fly
read.
up there and hold on to the little
there you
stubby
go.
T-Rex arm.
There you go.
God, I hate you guys.
It's okay, Flick. We're all in this together.
If I was better prepared for this, I might have some glorious speech, but instead, I'm going to wing it.
Welcome to the Union.
I like your style.
You'll fit in just fine.
To the extent that I can, I will give you all the strength of Earth. Resilience against... Who is that? Somebody's just slurping in the background during that.
Sorry.
Is that Final Fantasy raid
I'm
all
trying to
over
get the
again, where we're
boba
talking
up the
about
straw
life
and it
summary?
won't go.
Just pretend it's the sound of Nomad drinking a
Turn
brain
your
in the
mic
background.
off.
Just Nomad over in the corner.
Just slurping on Bart.
Too loud.
Gross.
Nomad,
trying.
don't be rude. You've got some brain on your tentacles. Use a napkin.
Stop.
Like a noodle.
Oh, I'm dying.
Like I was saying, the strength of Earth and resilience over death, the freedom of wind, freedom from oppression and the spread of information, the discovery of truth, the flow of water, healing and life and everything that it brings, and the invention, the refinement of fire, the passion and fury that drives everything to greater lengths, higher limits, to push themselves beyond what they are normally capable of. And as he is kind of saying all of this, you all feel this kind of tugging sensation at your cores, where these beams of energy have been directed into you. And they start to kind of coalesce into a vaguely humanoid shape, smaller than all of you, only about 5 feet tall or so. But it does have, although there are no details to be made out,
Tapiki.
God, I wish.
Damn it.
Why didn't I do that? It does form this vaguely humanoid shape, and you do see that it has 4 arms. And although it doesn't have a lot of details to make out, it does appear to have 4 faces. And it does look over to Vasu and says, "You seem the most studied in all of this, and I entrust you with hosting me within you. But the power is to be shared among all of you.
Is it gonna hurt?
Tremendously, but that is part of the
Oh.
refinement process."
I'll be fine.
And you watch as in a flash, all of this energy is suddenly swept up into Vasu's chest. Vasu, it is a fairly painless process. But when you open your eyes, you kind of feel this extension of yourself. And as you come to, the rest of you can see that there are 4 extra kind of astral glowing wings that sprout from behind Vasu's shoulders. 1 orange, 1 white, 1 blue, and 1 kind of this greenish yellow. And they fade after a few seconds, but they kind of linger for a moment. This almost kind of biblical angelic appearance to all of them. And all of you, for a brief moment, feel this kind of connectedness, this empowerment, this strengthening of bonds that have existed. And for several of you, you have strong recurring visions of things that you've seen in your recent past. Visions of tendrils of water, tendrils of flame and of ice, bones that emerge from the earth, and voices that seem to come from the sky itself. And mechanically, you guys can each take 2 level ups.
What?
What?
What? No. It's
I was
too
only
good
prepared
to
for
be
1.
True.
I was
But
only prepped for one too.
I get
I didn't
3
prep for
because
any
I'm
of them because
hosting
I'm that
the
kind of
locust,
person.
right?
Oh
Do
my
we also-
god,
did
a
someone-
new team attacks?
Team
I
attacks.
am
Oh,
going
Wait.
to nut everywhere.
We have a lot of them now?
And some of
I
your
see
connections
3
have
per
been empowered and
person.
spread.
Real actual question. I get 3 level ups because I'm hosting it, right?
You don't, just 2.
There are 3 team attacks for each person now?
Oh, okay, so some of them are like the same, but more people get them. But what's the new level up one? There it is. I found it.
Yeah, you'll notice
the
that
risk now, Flick.
the first one that you had has been improved, and you've also each unlocked 2 other ones, which is just the basic one from other people.
Oh my god!
Fire
I get to
damage
light my
equal
weapon
to
with
my
Moat Smite
level.
now too.
Now
Jesus.
I
Oh,
got
thank
it
God.
too, but now mine does damage equal to my level instead of just a D10. That's really fucking good.
Wait, when
Just-
Nomad, when I feel a saving throw against a spell Nomad cast on me, I can choose to make it succeed.
Yeah. You've basically got safety from Nomad's AoEs.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking that, like, positive things, not negative things. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So if ever you're
Stars interpreting it.
So when I get invasion, it's just going to be like, ha, and I'm just going to, like, be, like, cartwheeling out of the way.
Yeah, I can just stand in his fireballs and nothing fucking happens.
Yep.
when do you get evasion, Flick?
I don't need it. My thing leveled up.
I get evasion because I leveled up twice.
God, level up twice? This can't be real. This is the best.
Uh,
What a day.
Beautiful.
Guys,
so
I have
happy.
2 more expertise now.
Oh.
Nothing can escape me. I have expertise in perception and stealth now. Nothing can see me and nothing can be unseen by me. My passive stealth is 22.
Excited about these 2 level ups. So your passive is 22?
My passive stealth is 22.
Ridiculous.
Okay, I'm rolling like shit, but like imagine that it was good.
I mean, that's 12. That's pretty good.
It's double
It's above-
24s. Don't say that's like, oh, that's shit.
That's above average roll.
And my sneak attack goes up.
Guys, I'm hosting a locust.
It's hosting a locust. He's the hostess with the locust. Sorry, everyone.
It's okay.
I'm getting so close to having 3 spell slots.
One day.
Guys, I'm up to 81 hit points. Can you
Oh,
believe that?
man.
Oh boy.
Proud.
109 HP.
more hit points than Toto, finally.
Finally. Just
Oh,
barely.
Ooh. Can that one not be a test?
sure can't.
From hosting a locust?
I have to chase the rabbit now, though.
Alright, this next one's gonna be for real.
Oh, I would have got one more hit point.
8's pretty good.
I'll chase the rabbit too, just to see what would have happened. Actually, it would have been completely average, so it would have been fine.
I'm gonna see what I would have gotten, but I'm a coward and I'm not rolling.
Same with me.
I guess it doesn't even matter for me.
Cool. I would have gotten 1 less HP than I did.
So is it that our thing does the same? Oh, okay. So our ability does the same for everyone.
Right, it's just more people have the shared. Like, I get to light my
Yeah.
weapon on fire with most smites now.
Which is sick.
It is real sick.
Okay, so the level up doesn't actually do anything though.
What?
So for you, I
So-
think yours is like a subtle one. Hang on, let me go check and see what yours does.
Because, for instance, level 1 is still 10 feet, level 2 is still 10 feet.
Yeah, ours didn't do anything.
Take setback.
When you
Shut
up.
you can move.
Wah.
It's no reaction
I got-
required. Level 1 requires a reaction.
Oh.
Level 2 is totally free action.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
That's a big
Gale, I
deal.
can get you out for free. And then Gale's thing gives me 1 extra thing to my AC instead of just 1. I get 2.
AC or saves.
Or saves. Wow.
I don't know if we're kind of wrapping up the session, but I do need to know for which levels I take with these 2 levels. Am I kind of doing the thing that we discussed with this thing then?
That is completely up to you. I will say that it is a totally valid and reasonable option for anyone to take like a sorcerer level or something elementally themed with one of these levels, but you don't have to if you don't want to. But you can definitely do the thing that you would like to do, Vasu.
I'm gonna have to discuss a whole lot of flavor options with you before I reveal all this cool shit I get.
Absolutely. As all of this starts to come down, and as you guys are still kind of exploring these newfound powers that you've found within yourself, there is a voice that reminds you, and it seems to echo mostly from Vasu now at this point, although you can all hear it. And each time it speaks, the wings kind of come back out and become visible again. I entrust this power to all of you with the expectation that you will bring balance and peace back to this place. It is a temporary gift, but I entrust it to you with the highest of hopes and expectations. When you're ready, we should travel to the trench. But, as I've said before, your kind views time in a much smaller scale than I do. Do what you must to prepare yourselves, and when you're ready, I will aid you.
Okay, I definitely agree with getting to the trench and put things back in order as quick as we can, but I gotta go home first. I gotta tell Dee about all this. I'm so pissed.
Gonna rub it in D's face.
Nomad, throw a spell at me. Make me make a dex save. Do it.
Right now.
Right now. Fireball, go.
Let's see if I have mana for any of this.
I was gonna say, Nomad is basically tapped.
Just pretend. Just pretend. We're just gonna pretend.
Sure. Here. I'm going to cast. Actually, I can cast a cantrip that uses a dex save, I think. Shit, I don't.
Just pretend. Just pretend. It's fine. Just here. I give you like a wad of paper. Throw this at me.
Confetti.
Good lord.
You need to use your thing. Okay, here. Let's try it for real, Ace. Are you ready? This frightens me, because what if I hurt you, Ace? Is this paper in there enough for him to take the hide action?
No, it's definitely not.
People have quick changes behind confetti before.
So like right after Feck said, "Good lord," my headset just died.
Oh no.
Oh.
But I'm glad that I wasted this natural 20 dexterity saving throw on a wad of paper.
Yeah, you don't even need to roll a dex save technically for my thing. Just like, I choose succeed.
Yeah, I know, but like, I didn't even need it.
Yeah, you didn't.
Ace, before I forget, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Yes. Can I use my spyglass and get advantage?
If it applies to anything, I'll roll
Or
twice.
can I have someone? Or can I have someone help me?
Sure.
Help you.
Somebody wants to help.
What's your
No, man's always helping me.
I will help you. You're a great detective.
It's my day job. Other than a reporter, I have a lot of day jobs. I have like 3 jobs.
God damn it, that's a bonus action? I've been not doing it because I thought it was an action. Fuck.
What?
What?
My weird tentacle thing.
Oh yeah, that's like what makes it good.
Yeah.
I feel like you were using it for a while, but then after the dragon, you just kind of stopped. Like
I
the
think
first
I
dragon.
think I forgot about it.
God, it wasn't a bonus action.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's that. Oh, and I got that at level 6, and I thought I didn't get that till level 10. I am really behind on everything, guys.
It's okay. I have so much max mana now, but my current mana is so low.
Hey, Feck, is there a way you could have like our, I guess, team actions or whatever they're called, posted somewhere or like
Yeah.
easy access? Are they on the wiki? Okay.
I don't know if the updated ones are, or like the level 2 ones are, but I'll at least leave it on this page for the time being.
All right, I hear what you're saying, but like, I just want to copy paste.
Yeah, I can do that. Okay. 24 is real good. As you investigate, you find a number of things. The first is you find a small coin pouch with a little bit of gold in it. 18 gold in the coin pouch. You find 2 druidic focuses.
I can use those as a ranger. What do they look like? Are they special? I guess do they tell me anything about what type of druid they are or any origin of them?
Yes, actually, maybe, possibly. 24 investigation. You would actually recognize that they are both made out of this kind of gleaming pinkish stone that is kind of cut into a weird spiral shape that seems to change colors when you touch it and like as you move. It's almost like heat sensitive. And you recognize it.
Is it bismuth?
It is not bismuth. It's not quite that colorful or bright. It's a little bit more like a moodstone, but kind of a pale pastel color. But you do recognize it because you saw a lot of it on sale and also just in the wilds while you were in the Feywilds.
Gotcha.
You find the coin pouch that has a little bit of money in it, and then you find a bow. It is a long bow. It seems to be magical. I'll get you a card for it because I assume you identify it. But
Is it going to be beautiful? Can you just give me a little spoiler, just a little bit?
It is actually a little. So it's this very kind of sleek, dark wood, kind of an ebony color, but it's very glossy. It's been well polished and refined, and it's got little bits of silver filigree. And right at the I don't know bow terminology. I don't know the right words here, but right above where the arrow is knocked, there is a carved snake head. With its kind of like venomous teeth, like it's about to do a biting action or whatever. And it's actually designed in such
Like
a way
it's
that the
poison?
arrow comes out through the snake's mouth. But definitely magical. Big, beautiful black bow. And I'll get you a card for that soon. And then you also find the robes, which seem to be enchanted and magical as well.
I just put them on just because I want to see what they look like on me.
They're enormous, but if you attune to it, it'll resize to fit your shape. But as it currently
I'm not
is,
going to. I can't afford to attune, but I just want to wear it around for a little bit.
That's fair.
Like a gigantic cape. Huzzah! Nomad, I need you to identify a few things. But first, how do I look? Can I hold the bow and I have the cape on with my monocle?
absolutely heroic and smart, and
It clashes, doesn't it?
I do not know. I have no sense of taste.
Look at your taste. Look at your outfit. You know how to accessorize.
See, I found these on the
Flick. You seem like you know fashion. This definitely clashes, doesn't it?
A little bit.
All right, I take off the robe. I just nomad. Can you still identify these though?
no.
I will get your cards for those ASAP. The long and the short of it is that the bow has some poisonous effects and also some stealth-related effects. And the cloak has a once-a-week death ward on it.
Oh, that's why.
They both
That
require
makes sense.
attunement. However, as you are finishing up your investigation and kind of looking out over the dark, hailing, extremely windy storm, you notice that you are being watched, and you kind of look out over the horizon, and you can see that probably a good 700 or 800 feet away, there's just kind of a row of these enormous birds, probably giant eagles or hawks or something in that ballpark.
Out of long range, huh?
Just kind of flapping in place in a line. This very unnatural flight pattern. It's unusual for birds of that size to really hover in place or anything like that. And they all seem to be just kind of looking and watching you on the balcony as you're investigating this body. And then as soon as you kind of look up and make eye contact with all of them, you notice that one kind of ducks off and starts to fly off, and then two more, and then three, and then four, until eventually all of these birds fly off into the distant storm.
As I make eye contact with him and do the two-finger eye, like looking at them thing, like I'm looking at you.
Excellent.
I reckon we better get a move on. Know where they're
Yeah.
gonna go.
We should bring this body with us, definitely. After Nomad eats the brain, I know that didn't Moat talk about how he took the skeleton to have it talk? Maybe we could have the head talk to us?
That too,
Imagine
but
so.
it's unlikely he will tell us the truth.
I mean, we have the lens, so if we ask him a question, whoever is attuned to it, I mean, obviously the person who is talking to them will need to attune to it. You can at least know how much of what he tells you is truthful, and if it ends up true. So, might be some information.
I think everyone can hear what he's saying.
I think only the person who casts it can hear what they're saying.
So I shall attune to that monocle if I cast this during the week. It's only a ritual, so I can do it now if you wish. I think it's a ritual.
It will take some time. Are you maxed out on magic items?
Currently, so I can switch something out. We have time.
It does take like 2 hours. Then you have to unattune and reattune. It's like a whole thing. It's like they didn't want people to like attune to items and automatically unattune to them.
Yeah, we are flying back to Vasu's home. We have lots of time.
True. Also, keep in mind, people, if you guys have questions that you want answered, the monocle can tell you the truth of them. So, if anyone has anything they want to find out, for instance, if you feel like you are questioning whether you are really the Phoenix, we can ask the monocle.
I'm not questioning that. Thank you,
I
though.
didn't. I didn't figure. It's just an example. I know that we were trying to use it to find out if who wrote this note to Nordo. I had actually had a good idea for that. If we say that a female orc wrote it, and we find out that it's 50% true, then we know that it's either written by a woman or written by an orc, which kind of narrows it down. Or if it's completely false, then we know that it was not written by a woman or an orc.
That could certainly help, although this sort of big shit we're mixed up in now, balancing the whole world and stuff, I don't know how much that it matters if other people have more pressing matters, but I'd sure like to know.
Yes, I'm just saying that we have some options, and I've been trying to think of a way to get the most out of this monocle and break the gate.
I appreciate you thinking about it for me, little Lord.
Not a problem. Oh, should we check in with Joker? Also, I like how my voice kind of broke in an accident, but it kind of fits with the character.
Joker? Yeah.
Should we check in on him and see how his evacuation has gone?
It'd probably be wise if we got a way to send them. Oh yeah, we got the card, don't we?
The card is two-way. I can also send with it.
Oh my god, that spell name. I love it. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay. Right.
Thank them.
Yep,
Private Sanctum's such a good spell.
I love it.
You got a safe space.
Parental guardian.
I'm just here to babysit all of you, I think.
I mean, honestly, you kind of do have that babysitter sense. Like, we get into trouble, you come in like a few hours later, like, the fuck just happened? Let me try fixing this.
I'd been here earlier, we wouldn't do this.
Mom's off work now. What the fuck did you guys do when I was gone?
Everything, Mom. Everything.
You're just
You
like
have
that.
no
You're just like that babysitter who's been like watching TV for like an hour while the kids have been upstairs, and then you walk
Yep.
upstairs and find out that they've gotten into like the paint and the crayons, and it's just a hot mess.
Which of us is Thor then?
Thor?
Am I the only person that watched Adventures in Babysitting as a kid?
Oh, no.
I'm assuming yes.
I don't even recognize it.
Yeah.
Is it a Canadian thing?
No. My God. Okay.
Did you know? Did you know? Fun fact: did you know that the Goosebumps series is Canadian?
Yeah.
I've been rewatching it. It's
Oh,
a
okay,
thing.
it's a movie. 19.
Are You Afraid of the Dark? It's also Canadian.
You're Canadian, just love your horror.
This
kids
sounds
shows,
vaguely
don't you?
familiar, but I don't remember it.
It's
Yeah, it was
pretty
like-
much like Goosebumps, I think, right?
It's just like a sweet 80s movie where, like, a shitty babysitter ends up taking a bunch of kids, like, into the middle of downtown, and they get into a bunch of wacky antics.
Sounds familiar.
The movie poster has them climbing a building or rappelling down a building.
Yeah, because it was the 80s, so it was obligatory in every adventure movie.
That-
Speaking of the 80s, I don't know if you guys watch American Horror Story, but the new season is literally just like 80s horror movie tropes. And I don't know if you watch American Horror Story. It's okay, but this newest season is just fucking hilarious. Like every episode they're just like, but what if there was a twist? And it's just the funniest twist every fucking time. So if you enjoy 80 horror movie, you would love the new season.
How much did they
Oh
pay you
my
to plug
god,
that?
Boat Scott has aura in it?
Nothing. It's just so funny.
Okay.
Or so wait, who all has the benefits of me shooting shit next to them? Is it just
Gale
Me and
and
Gale?
Flick.
as
And
Flick, Nomad, and Gale? Okay, cool.
I think we're the synchronized four.
Yeah, I think like the
Yeah,
We
top
all
half,
have each
bottom half.
other's.
It looks like the top half and bottom half have been synchronized with each other.
Yeah, because Netvasu and Moat have my swinging Norda. Or revolving Norda.
I like how Flicks is probably never going to happen with me. So I try to never be near.
Oh yeah, is
any-
Flick's usable now? I gotta see what it does at level 2. Nope, still based on crits. Still will never get used once ever.
Flicks? You don't have Flicks.
I don't have it, Nomad has it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's just like when he lands a crit next to a creature within 10 feet, and I'm like, I'm always like 1,000 feet from the battlefield, so.
Yeah, at level 2 it works anywhere if you can see them.
What? Oh,
It's not that unlikely.
okay. All right. Okay.
It works every other turn when I possibly get one with Eldritch Blast, but then when I'm a T-Rex, nothing happens.
Well, if you, Nomad or Gale, ever need me to like help you get out of a bad situation, I can just shoot over to whatever next to you, and you can just run away like a bitch.
Yours literally doesn't matter to me, unfortunately.
I know you're
It's just I smacked him, now I can run away.
Bad
Yeah.
math. It turns out I have 100.
True. But when you're a T-Rex, though,
Okay.
I guess you can probably still
Okay.
do it as a T-Rex. Do you still keep your class stuff when you polymorph or no?
No.
I think rules is written you don't.
No, it's just if you have wild shape.
Right.
That even then you don't keep a lot of it.
Yeah.
You keep some of it. I thought like when you were Zircon, you kept your.
I was gonna say with
I
wild
don't-
You
shape.
kept something.
With wild shape, you keep everything that the DM rules that you could still potentially do in your new form. So like Tabaxi you still have like anything that doesn't require you to literally be a humanoid form.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, Nomad and Gale and Split, I guess sometimes if you've been fucked over.
Yeah.
If someone like runs up to you after they attack, after you've done
Or
the attack.
if I want to like use a spell instead of attacking them.
Mine only gives the ability to move. I don't think you can attack.
I mean, I could get out of the way, and then on my turn I can use a spell instead of having to move.
True. Very true. Gale gets to do it for fucking free, though. Look at that, Gale. I still have to use my reaction, though.
So for my planning purposes, it sounds like you guys are going to report back north, probably reunite with Joker and the refugees, and then also your NPC should be arriving soon. What are your plans after that? I know Flick had talked about going to check in on his family back in Seattle. You guys have the volcano. You guys have the trench.
Don't we need to go back to like the whole? Wasn't our plan after this to go to the
Firebird's Roost.
Firebird's Roost?
Yeah, we've been putting that off since like.
Are we kind of close
God
now, or
shell.
no?
No, it's still quite a ways off. We could try doing the teleporty ship trick, but that seems risky.
Where are we now?
Basically, we're at this red circle by Eisenmar.
Gotcha.
Okay, this would be a fun combination. I speak with the dead to speak with them, and then the information we don't get, Nomad gets when he eats them.
Yeah, and then if whoever speaks with the dead uses my monocle, they can tell how untruthful they are. Just because with speak with dead, you might get false information or something.
Okay. I
Right?
have to do it,
Is
though,
that correct?
or could you just stand there?
Only the person casting can hear them.
With Speak with Dead? No, Speak with Dead is audible, I think. It's just
Really?
that-
I thought it was just the person who was talking to them.
If that's how it is, then fuck that. Let me check.
They have to have a mouth, so I feel like they speak out loud.
Yeah.
I thought it was audible too.
Otherwise, why require a mouse?
It doesn't say anything about it being inaudible, so I'm going to assume that it's audible. Like, you don't
They just only
telepathically-
respond to the person who cast it.
Yeah, like nobody else can
Yeah.
ask it
Gotcha.
questions, but it,
I mean, we saw. I guess the biggest thing here is we have to. It only can speak languages it knew. I guess this one would know Common since it spoke Common.
I mean, doesn't one of us have comprehend languages?
Yeah.
True, and then I know like most languages, and
Well, let's have to teach me how to say the question, and I'll say it really poorly. And
I mean, this
hopefully
one,
understand
this
me.
one did clearly speak Common. It spoke Common to Nordo. It was all like blah blah blah, and then he got his throat slit.
True.
Exactly what he said.
So
How
yeah,
it went.
probably Eisenmar talk to the corpse of Varder, and unless it reveals some new information that is a surprise to us, go to Firebird's Roost.
Yeah. Real quick, can we update our volume limit?
Right, good call. Let's go do that.
I think
Quick-
it goes.
Quick question for you, Feck. So, my Watcher's monocle does not say I have to understand what is being said
Yeah, let me go
to
check.
discern whether it's truthful or not. I just have to study it. So, I don't
You
want
can
to
tell by their
break.
body language if they're lying.
Yeah, a head that is a speaking dead mouth. But if you want to rule that I have to understand it, I'm not going to be upset. But I just want to say, like, there is an ambiguity there. So,
Yeah, we'll say that, well, painting song, narrative counter, written story. Yeah, I will rule that you have to understand it to analyze it.
okay, cool. All right, so then I'll have to make sure that at least whoever's attuned to it understands what is being said.
Okay, so let's see. The limit is int mod, your proficiency in Tinker's Tools, and your proficiency in Arcana. So let's see.
Expertise in those, so I think it goes up by 4.
Did your guys' proficiency? What is your current proficiency?
It just went up to 5.
So 5.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 10 plus your int for Nomad. What's your int?
5 plus 5
15.
plus
Oh,
10
20
for
is okay. So yeah, 25 then, right?
plus 4.
Boy, that's exciting.
Whoa. This.
Oh,
Well,
that means my passive stealth is actually 24. Oh my god.
Wait, you have expertise in both Nomad? Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20, and then 5 more for men, so 25. Yep. Perfect. Gale, are you expertise in both?
Negative.
What do you got?
Tinkers, I think.
Expert in Tinkers and proficient in Arcana.
So 15 plus your int. What's your int?
Plus 5.
Minimum increases, I think. Oh no, it's not. Minimum 10.
And then I think he might get a bonus for being an artificer. I know he at least gets the minimum 10 and advantage, but let me go see what else.
I think that was it at this level.
Time to check out the rules on making new spells.
How many levels of artificer do you have?
I don't know.
I can't remember if he is straight artificer or if he dipped.
Oh yeah, I'm straight artificer.
Then yes, you got a +2 from that and minimum 10. So you're at 22. There we go. Updated. Ace, what's up?
Come back to me. I forgot what it was.
Okay.
Can I have the home?
Sorry, I'm being attacked by cats.
Can I have the link to our homebrew thing again? Specifically the spell crafting. Thank you.
Oh, for
I'll just-
spellcrafting. Let me go grab it.
I'll just find it from that link. I just keep forgetting the crosswindscampaign.com for some reason. Also, I haven't slept. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't one today. Thank you. That saves me for it. Nardo.
Oh, it happened to be on the page next to it.
Oh. I didn't know there were pages side by side.
You know, not next to it, but I was on the house group page.
Oh yeah, you're in the page where it's on, I guess.
I don't know what kind of lingo y'all used to talk about internet pages. Yeah, never mind.
I get to invent a 5th level spell.
So how long do we keep those Vasu actions?
So do we have Vasu actions forever?
Those were absorbed and converted into your level.
Not worth it. Can we undo it?
Yeah, unfortunately, one of these days I'm going to make my entire overhaul of 5e, and when that day comes, there may be something as drastic as that, but I'm not ready to introduce a free action for everybody every turn so far.
When you do, can we still call them Vasu actions?
Sure.
Okay.
It'll be a nice
real talk,
callback.
I've been itching so hard to start making a system, but there's so many other things I need to get done first. I don't even know if I would call it
like
making
work?
a system. I just want to, yeah, like work. I just want to do like you know, like an overhaul. I want to do a total conversion mod for 5e. I think there are things here that work. I don't need to
Hey,
build
Beck.
everything. Yeah.
Are we doing the? I know that there was. I forget if it was just Unearthed Arcana or if it became legitimate, but they made it so like whenever you leveled up, you could still, or it was like maybe every long rest, a lot of classes could still change out spells.
Yeah, flexible spellcasting. Most classes have it now.
Does Ranger have it?
I'll check. I'm on 5e tools right now.
So,
Probably not.
Because
So it's hate Rangers.
it's just that I have Zephyr Strike, and I'm like, that's cool, but like, I have Hunter's Mark, and I can't afford to not concentrate on that.
There it is. You can.
Cool. I guess next long rest, I'll probably check something out.
So we get a long rest like tonight. So
all right.
I say we keep playing until after long rest.
That's fair. Just so you guys are basically just traveling up to Eisenmar next anyway. For the sake of getting you guys to a long rest, your travel goes unhampered. It will take basically by the end of today. You'll get to this map would ever load. End of the day gets you to here, which means you'll get to Eisenmar around middle of the afternoon on Sunday. So you guys do get your long rest.
Cool. Terrific.
I remember why I had my hand raised.
Okay, what was that?
So when you use Speak with Dead, and it says a creature can only speak the languages it knows. If you ask a creature in common, or ask a skeleton in common, does it have to respond in the language that you asked it in if it knows that, or can it respond in any language that it knows? For instance, if we don't know lizard folk, for instance, could it respond in lizard folk and then I'll be like, well, fuck, that was a waste?
I would rule that it responds in whatever language it is asked in.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, for levitate, it says that you can use the up and down movement as part of your movement action if you cast it on yourself.
Yeah.
Does that mean you can only move up and down? You can't like move horizontally?
Yeah.
Linearly?
Or diagonally?
Let me check.
You can use you can move back and forth by grabbing surfaces. It mentions.
You can like be pulled and stuff, but you can only go up and down and levitate.
Well, it's not nearly as fun as I was wanting it to be. Okay, Speak with Dead it is.
Well, it's cool because like if you use that on a character, for example, a dude who needs to get close to people to hit them, you just suspend them in the air and they have no save.
Yeah. It's
Also, it's like
it's one of those spells that is really good at low levels, and then it like kind of gradually becomes less valuable as more things get access to range spells and
No,
flight.
if you levitate a Tarask, it's just dead now. You can't do anything.
Also, I think Nomad already has Speak with Dead, and he can use a ritual instead of a spell. And you can't cast ritually, and you can't cast ritually since you have the talisman.
With the Eldritch Invocation I was going to be taking, I can just cast it whenever I want.
Yeah. Speak with Dead.
Oh, that one, yeah.
So you should take that. So I have to prepare it and then cast it. I currently have it on.
So many amazing I mean, I guess you're pretty low level. What level Warlock are you?
I'm level 10. It's like
There's
a
so many good ones. I think you can even take slow at that point, right? You can like slow creatures. It does take a spell slot, but slow is super sick.
Yeah, but I only have 2 spell slots and I use them on things.
Listen, as a person who spent 2 years being a warlock, I will help you. Also, don't you get the there's like a special one for your talisman where you can like extend it to the people, I think, right?
Better on him.
Also, for the record, a lot of the invocations they let you cast that spell for free.
A lot of them do.
Not slow.
I don't know
Slow
if the
you have
slow
to
is
use a
that
spell
way.
slot.
Okay.
Slow you have to use a spell slot. So I typically was going after the ones that you could actually use like.
I don't even
for
think it's
free
like a
because
lot
it's
of
way
them. I
better.
think it's a few of them. Most of them are. You can use your warlock slot to cast this one time a week, and I'm like,
Gotcha.
oh boy. But some of them are you can cast it on at will without using the spell slot. I'm like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
There's
Warlock.
not a whole lot.
Warlock spell slots don't come back on the short rest.
Warlocks come back
Here?
from short rest,
Yeah, they do.
Oh,
but you
But the
only get 2.
Yeah, but the invocation specifically says once a week.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's long rest. That makes sense.
which is kind of okay and normal, but gritty. It's just like
Yeah.
You could take
Yeah.
one with shadows, and just like me, if you're in darkness, you become invisible. Oh, I guess if you take an action, never mind.
15th level one, where you're just invisible without having to be in shadows.
There is a pack, the talisman one, where you get a +4 to all your saving throws you're not proficient in.
That sounds
Or you-
real.
so that's. I
It's
guess
level
wisdom
9.
and charisma.
So yeah, well, you should only be proficient in 2.
Yeah, I guess in strength. I'm just not even counting
So
strength.
you get a +1d4 to that, or there's another one where if you're hit by a creature you can see within 30 feet of you, you can deal psychic damage to them.
I
It
have
puts your
that one. I just
modifier.
never do
And-
it because I'm smart and forget about all of my features.
Witch it out. You're not gonna do it.
I feel like warlocks have so many features. Sometimes you're just like,
I don't remember how many features I have and when to use them.
Keep a handy dandy list.
I have the list. I just don't look at the list and then forget about it.
But Neo, you have to look at the list.
Did you take sculptor or flesh? Is that why you have polymorph?
Because polymorph's fun.
Polymorph is real good when it is.
When it is, and then when it's not, it's sad.
It's real nice for like out of combat stuff too. Like there's a lot of good applications for it.
Yeah, like the eating contest. Let's see.
Like, there's like 30 of them that you can take with your Eldritch Blast shit. You can either push people, pull people, shoot people from like 1,000 feet away.
The range on it's already good enough. I don't need to shoot them from 1,000 feet away. I'm not a pussy.
You could push people off ledges though. That could be fun.
I don't like positioning stuff. Isn't what I like doing.
Oh, how are you that way though? How?
Yeah, literally.
Because I can't think of anything neat to do with it.
You could like pull them closer or push them away from people who are dying, or pull them closer to people who want to attack them.
I already have a push with my rebuke. If they hit me, I can push them 10 feet away.
You also can get like detect magic just to do it will.
Admittedly, pushing and pulling stuff, like, it really depends on whether you're playing on large open maps. Like, on this fight, it wouldn't have been so good because this is a huge map.
You remember that dude on the ship that we couldn't reach because he was 600 feet away?
I could reach him.
Yeah, you could reach him. Imagine if Flick could reach him too.
Yeah, see, the thing was, I could cast darkness on him from far away, and then you and I could just fuck him up.
I really would have appreciated that too.
It's just, it's so.
Do you have
applicable.
Do you have agonizing blast?
That's the first thing every warlock should take. So
I took it so late in my warlock, but I also sucked as a warlock. I had shit stats.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
I remember how the first half of the campaign I was like, I'm just gonna transform and trick people, and it worked out pretty well. And then after that, I just fucking stopped.
Right.
Those poor Kenku, they didn't see a thing coming.
Sure did.
So many things, and I don't know what to do with them all.
I'm just trying to decide if I should switch my maneuver out, because I can switch it every long rest. But I really like Restraining Strike.
I think that's probably your best one, because like once you restrain it, like all of us, especially people who are range people, get advantage on it, and it's just disgusting, and I love it.
That's why I picked it. It costs a bonus action is the only thing I don't like about it, because a lot of them are just like free actions that you add on to an attack, like a stunning strike.
Yeah, I guess you
so
are a monk,
good.
so I guess you are like extra attack with a bonus action heavy.
Yeah,
but it is so good for crowd control.
Right.
I have Legend Lore now. Woo.
Especially because
I love
Legend
Legend
Lore so
Lore.
well with Rage.
Expensive. I hate it.
Legend Lore, that's the spell that lets you like identify something and you like know everything about it, right?
Legendary. If it's not legendary, it does nothing.